you,
See?
He's in a hurry. He's thinking he's out of here. He's an hour earlier.
Can I be excused now?
Good evening and welcome to the October 15th, 2014 school board meeting. I'd like to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. So this evening, we're going to start with school board member candidate interviews. On the phone, listening, and we'll speak later on, is Mary Pringle, and Representative Ralph Bowen is here. And what I'd like to do is each candidate can have a few moments, introduce themselves, give a little background, and then we can go through a question and answering session of about 10 minutes for each candidate. If we need to extend it, we will, but certainly quick. So, you want to start, Ralph?
Hi, yeah, those don't know me, I'm Ralph Bohm. I've been on the school board from 2004 to 2010. And before that, I was selectman on the budget committee for a total of 22 years. I am currently ready to start my 5th term as state rep, and I'm currently the ranking Republican on the House Education Committee. So I feel I can, and I have no intention of running in March. This is sort of, I can figure this could be a two-way street where I can get some input from you guys and give you guys some input on legislation that's coming up.
Good. Is that your main purpose for running, as far as thinking that you can help the board, or?
Yeah,
give
and help me, sort of a two-way street.
Okay. One of the questions I had, because I know this particular sitting board, and I know the prior one, the main priority or focus was math being a problem throughout all 3 schools, and it has elevated since the last several years. And I'm just curious, like during your tenure on the board in 2004, 2010, whether or not that was a focus, whether other subjects were a focus, and if so, what was the board's doing back then?
I know we tried to make it a focus. We knew math was the problem. I had a granddaughter that graduated in 2010 as valedictorian, and her comment, yeah, she taught herself. Okay, math was a big problem, and I mean, you can look at the SAT scores and see that math was a problem. And I remember on the school board, I kept bringing it up, but kept hearing, well, we're taking care of it, and you know, and hopefully we are, but apparently things weren't, because, and the problem appeared to be, and it still is, it's pretty much a statewide issue. It's the math issues are not higher math, it's basic math. And I talked to the SAT people, and that's what the whole state and Litchfield was hurting on, is the hard stuff they were getting. The math, the easy stuff is what was being missed. Also, I think we need, other than, I know this past year, the legislature passed 4 years of math, which I didn't like, and I voted against it, but we need other math beside what I call STEM math. I mean, not everybody's going to be an engineer. We need business math, statistics, and that kind of math, okay, for those kids that aren't going to be engineers. I mean, right now we have algebra, geometry, advanced algebra, calculus, pre-calculus. I mean, most people don't want to take that. They don't need it. I mean, even lawyers I've talked to don't need it. I'm also on the New England Board of Higher Ed. And, I mean, we've had those discussions, too, on that level. I mean, we need those other math courses other than the STEM math.
Thank you. Ralph, one other question I have for you. During your tenure on school board, what would you say was your greatest accomplishment?
Good question. since it was a few years ago. I don't know. I know we did a bunch of hiring, superintendents and that kind of stuff. We're looking at, I don't know, trying to keep the budget under control, which sometimes we couldn't do, but, you know, that was one of the, and I sat on 2 terms of teacher negotiations. I did that, and I think that was probably some of the things that we got done with teacher negotiations.
Good. Anyone have any other questions?
I think, speaking of math, last summer, you wrote a letter to the HLN about how Campbell was ranked as, I think it was the 5th worst or 8th worst high school in the state. And you brought up all these math concerns. And the funny thing was, we had actually already started doing a lot of things you just mentioned. We introduced a non-STEM math, a college and career-ready math, and a couple other introductory math classes that weren't ever mentioned in the letter. I guess my big concern is letters like that, they have a bad impact on the staff. I mean, here it is in the one Litchfield newspaper, and a former school board member is calling us like the 5th worst school in the state. I guess what were you trying to do with the letter, I guess?
Well, that was trying to get a focus on math.
Okay.
Also, I introduced legislation to fix that law because as it came out, which I didn't know at the time when I found out, there are like 75 high schools in the state.
Mm-hmm.
Only 8 at that time took Title I money. So they're looking at the 10% and 15% of those 8, which is utterly ridiculous. You know, and that's, so I'm still, it's an interim study, and we'll introduce legislation to fix that, and basically, yeah, still rate that, but now what's out of the 75, not what's just out of the 8.
Out of the 8, yeah.
And a good example would that be, oh yeah, this is funny, here it was supposedly rated by the DOE as one of the worst, yet we're the top 3 high schools of, in Newsweek in the state.
Yeah.
You know, so, I mean, yeah, it's, that whole rating structure is ridiculous. But my focus was to, and we need to fix math.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Ralph, what do you believe the role of the board is, and how do you believe the board should get to how, the role of the board, and how should the board, what information should the board be using to make their decisions?
Well, the board is the main policymaker, and they should need to get as much input they can from others, you know, on what needs to be policy-wise within limits set by the State Board of Ed, which hopefully we can do something about, because you work for the State Board of Ed, and you have to follow their rules, period, type thing. So, now, just policy, approve hiring, but need to really look into the policy and find all the inputs and whatnot that you can on those policies, on education, on courses, and yeah, that kind of thing. And budget.
And budget.
So I have a question for you. What would you say was your biggest mistake that you had made as a school board member in the past?
Well, since it's an open session, I can't really say, but I think some hiring decisions that were made.
Any other questions, Mr. Bowen? You know? All right, thank you. So while we have Mary on the phone, when we go with Mary next, we'll leave her on the phone afterwards, and then Mr. Garrett just walked in. I believe he wants to speak also, so. Good afternoon, Mary.
Can you hear us, Mary?
Hi, yeah, I can hear Derek and Ralph.
Okay.
I'm not sure where the phone is, but based on what I heard, I can pretty much hear Ralph, and Derek, I can hear you guys.
Okay, I'll try and put you more towards
Other
the...
than maybe stop closer to the phone or something. Can you guys hear me okay?
You may have to be interpreter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I'll be the interpreter. You're up. Do you want to just tell us a little bit
Sure.
about what you're looking to do?
Sure, so why would I put my, is the question more like, so why would I even raise my hand to do this kind of thing?
Yes.
Okay, okay. So I know Brian was talking at the beginning, but I couldn't catch all of it. So, sure. So, honestly, I put my name in because I think the board is in a bit of a crucial point right now in the town. I think given the events that have unfolded in the last few months, and I'm probably even leading up to that, there's a bit of a loss of credibility and respect, and I think you guys are doing a lot of good things, and that's really unfortunate. So as I sat back and read the articles and watched some of the meetings on TV, and obviously, what's happened has happened, I just think it's a really important point for the school board, and the need to restore some credibility and confidence and continue to do the work that's needed to be done to move forward with the business of the district, which is primarily providing an outstanding education for the students. So I thought long and hard about it. I'm not interested in running again in March. I'm not interested in another 3-year commitment. But I do think that I'd be very willing to, if you guys have an interest in me filling the role and joining the group from now until March. I think that I bring a lot of just general experience, very experienced and tenured business leader, lots of roles in our community as well as other volunteer activities, other boards. Obviously, former school board member, spent one term, which was 2010 to 2013, on the board, so I have familiarity, which makes it relatively easy to step back in and play a very short-term interim role. And I think I have a fairly respected person in the town. Obviously, some people agree with or disagree with, different people in town, but I think in general I have respect from people, and I earned that, and I think that would be a benefit to the board.
Thank you. So Mary, well, you were just on the board recently. I'd like to ask you the same question. It's a little fresher in your mind than when I asked Ralph. What was your major accomplishment while you were on the board?
Sure. So I think one thing for sure is hiring. So I was there with the transition from Superintendent Cutler to Dr. Cochran, and was involved in hiring Dr. Cochran. I think that's a big decision for any school district, and I think Dr. Cochran's off to a good start, and fully support him in his role. So I think that's probably one of them. I was there for one of the teacher contracts. Obviously, some things didn't go so well after I left, and they came back around this last year, which is outstanding. So I think those would be two of them. I think there were some key leadership transitions, so both the high school and the elementary school with the principal positions. Not that those positions report to the board, but obviously being involved in supporting Dr. Cochran in those staffing decisions, which are obviously the most key leadership positions for the district.
Yeah, I have another one afterwards. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Mary, I'll ask you the same question I asked Ralph. What do you feel is the role of the school board, and how should the school board handle themselves as they get information from sources in the district in making their decisions?
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I think the role of the school board is incredibly clear and defined really in the RSAs, and it covers three things. One is managing and overseeing one employee, and that's the superintendent of the school district. The other two are very broad issues or responsibilities, and one is policy setting, and the other is the budget, preparing and overseeing the financial management of the district. It's those three things, which I think relates to the second part of your question, which is how do you handle information from others. I think that's a real challenge for a school board member, particularly if you live in the community and are connected. So parents will bring you issues. If you have students who go through the schools or you get connected to the schools in some way, you tend to know some of the staff or faculty, and they will bring you different stories and complaints. And that's just human nature, and we can't stop that. But I think what we do with that as board members is really the crux of the issue. And I think it's very clear that the chain of command exists for a reason. And while we listen politely and respectfully, the guidance needs to be to direct the individual back to the appropriate place to bring that issue. So if it's a parent who's got an issue with, a teacher or, some program or whatever in one of the schools, and then you really need to go back to the principal. So I think it's hard sometimes to do that, but it's because we want to help, right? That's human nature too, and we feel a certain responsibility, accountability in the district. But I think it's no different than managing in the business world. There's the right place and a process for that. So you have to support that and direct people to the right place. As far as how do you use that information in decision making, I think that's easier said than done. But the reality is that can't enter into the it's sort of like a court case. If it wasn't allowed to be submitted as evidence, then it can't come into the case because you have information that others don't have. It's not validated. All those kinds of things. So I think you have to leave it off the table. It doesn't factor in.
Mary, if you were chosen to be on the board, what would you like to see the board accomplish over the next 5 months?
I didn't hear all of it. What's accomplish?
Yeah, what would you like to see the board accomplish over the next 5 months?
Well, obviously, on a real tactical level, it's budget season. So getting through the budget, and developing one and presenting one to the community that spends the resources that the district has in the best way possible to meet our obligations as required by law, and that provides the most possible service and best education we can to the students. So, working through that process with the community members, with the 3 principals, Superintendent Cochran, and then obviously the budget committee, and ultimately getting that to the voters. I think getting the community on board to support the budget rather than go for the default budget is the preferred outcome, and that gets us hopefully the community behind what we're trying to bring forward, and I think that's the ideal state. I think the second thing would be what I started to say at the beginning. This is a bit of a fractured board right now, and I think people in the community are sort of shaking their heads and are frustrated, and that's unfortunate because we never get enough credit for the great work that goes on. It's always the problems that people hear about. So to the extent that I can work with the board to make good decisions and to demonstrate that we can work together and move forward the business of the district, and we can restore some of that confidence, that would make me feel very proud.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mary?
That's it.
All right. Thank you very much, Mary.
You're welcome.
Jason?
Opening statement.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you. Well, good evening, and thank you for having us here to discuss filling this important position in our community. While the position is temporary and only for 5 months, I see it as a very crucial appointment. This is the busiest and arguably one of the most important periods on the board calendar. It's important that the person filling the position to be up to speed and current with the direction and vision that the superintendent and the administration has set out. This person should understand the current needs of the district. Having had the opportunity to have been a board member allows me to understand why being current on issues is important. Having personally attended a majority of the meetings this past year and participating as a PERC member on the PERC committee and a member of the Facilities and Planning Advisory Committee has given me a unique understanding of the current needs of this district. I've been in the weeds. I see what it is that the superintendent's trying to do, and I've been very supportive of it. One of the benefits of having been on those committees has allowed me to see internally the needs and understand the concerns of the administrators firsthand. It's easy to say that because someone has had prior experience that they may just as well be able to come to speed much quicker than someone from the general public. However, I maintain that because I remain actively involved in the process, I'm a much better position to help the board with that work. I'd also like to point out that I represent a very different subset of the electorate, and my vocal and active support carries weight with a voting bloc that is important to getting certain things done in this district. And if nothing else, I provide balance to that. The voters have sent a very clear message over the last couple of years about spending. And my goal would be to bring a budget to the voters that the superintendent can move forward with as a proposed budget that accomplishes or fits into the needs that he has to have accomplished, and something that the voters will accept. Because the last thing we need is another default budget. Things can still happen in a default budget, as you know, to the bottom line. But forward-looking, visionary type things just sit and wait, and we know how that works. So thank you for your time and consideration. I know it's going to be difficult to select from 3 people that have very different ideas and but are all very qualified to do the position. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason, I think one of the first questions I have for you, with the other 2 candidates, had voiced that they have no intention of running again come March. And I didn't know if you had any intentions one way or the other?
I usually don't make my mind up until that week. The position remains an interest of mine. I can't say whether I would or not, but I do enjoy education and being part of that process.
You had made a statement, I don't know if it was the last meeting or the meeting before, where you've grown since your time on the school board last time around, whether it be either through other committees and just seeing some of the other workings happening, but that you feel that you're a more positive person than you were in the past. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I
Yeah.
remember you made some particular statements similar to that. And I think most people who know you, that have probably watched some of the school board meetings before,
Have a different perception. Yeah,
yeah,
I understand. And, I've thought long and hard about that, and, it's funny that Ms. Lepore asked Ralph what he thought his greatest mistake was. I go back and forth as to whether or not I believe rocking the boat like I did in my first year on the board was a mistake or not. And while I've paid a political price for that, I hear all the time from meeting to meeting, wow, Jason was right about that, Jason was right about that, and I hear it a lot. We've acknowledged the math problem. That caused quite a bit of angst while I was on the board. First with recognition that we actually had a math problem. And what that does is when you bring up something like that, people don't want to believe that because we have great people here. We have great staff, great teachers. But just like you in your position, wherever you work, if your boss or your peers came to you and said, hey, we have a problem with a certain aspect, right, that you may not have recognized or thought of in the same way, the first thing you do is take a hit to your ego and you either understand it or not. So could I have better wrapped that up and put a bow on it? No, most certainly. It took a lot of conversation with people in the community, people that don't always think the way I do, to understand what impact that had and how I presented it. And so I've worked very hard over the last several years to have people understand, because I want them to hear the message and not just see the messenger. And I think I'm pretty confident, working with the superintendent closely, working with Dr. Heon and the principals and the PERC committee, and on the facilities committee, and as I stay involved, I think if you ask those people, they would certainly tell you a different story than what you might perceive it to be.
thank you. John?
Jason, I'll ask you the same question I asked the other 2 candidates. What do you believe is the role of the school board? And as school board members, we get information from all various sources. And how should we use that information in our decision process?
Well, I happen to think that as board members, it's very important to understand and hear what people are telling you. It's real easy to just hear the folks that are in your circle. And so for you to really experience things outside that, you've got to kind of keep your head and ears to the ground and listen to folks. Now, how you take that information and process it as a function of the board is a whole different matter. I think you have to be respectful to the fact that you're an elected official. Information that comes from parents is one thing. Information that comes from staff is another. We should be open to listening to everyone, including students, in the process. But what has to absolutely happen is if information comes to a board member that is pertinent to education and is not public, then it needs to be expressed in non-public to the rest of the board members, so that everybody's operating under the same understanding. If it happens to be that, as an example, it pertains to Dr. Cochran, who's normally in the room, then we excuse him from the room and we have a conversation about what it is that we came across as a group and discuss. I've heard in the instance that just occurred, that perhaps some were not comfortable taking their concerns to the, up the chain of command. Well, that's a problem. Because what is the chain of command? We have policy that tells us exactly how that should happen. So, in my opinion, that very first thing should be, there should be some PD to let folks know what their options are, how they should address their concerns. Because if we have a culture that says we can't discuss the things that concern us, that's a whole different area for the board to consider. And so the role of the board with policy setting, of course, we know what the RSA say, we know what the meat on the bone is. But in reality, we are elected by the community to ensure that the policies we create reflect the needs and desires of that community. So there's competing interests at times between local, state, and federal guidelines, but in the end, we're representatives of the people, and we should try to marry those interests as much as we can.
Any other questions?
I have one. When you had been on the school board some years ago, you had an issue with the ethics policy, and I think you publicly said that you rescinded your signature on that ethics policy. Would you commit to signing that policy and following it now if you join the board?
Yeah, the problem I had with the ethics policy was the very same one that John expressed here recently, was that the ethics policy as written prevents the minority of the board to bring forth issues that a majority of the board care not to bring light. And I see that as a problem because that's unethical in itself. If a majority of the board chooses to not want to discuss something in public, which is rightly discussed in public, that's not ethical. So signing your paper to a document where a majority of the board signs it but doesn't act ethical is a conundrum. It's a dilemma. And so my only option in my head at the time was because I couldn't discuss certain things publicly, my only option at that point was to say, I don't believe we're being ethical, and the only way I can express that is by not participating. So yes, and if you look, my first 2 years I signed off on it because I believed my board members would behave ethically. And I would do that again. If selected, I believe each of you would act ethically and I would participate. But I would also, as John did correctly, bring to light something that is not ethical. Because we're board members. We're not bound by 91A. What we do is public business. And the public should understand what this board does in every facet.
Derek, questions?
I think you actually answered my question. My question is going to be kind of along the lines of your message, and I think you addressed all that quite well. I don't have any more questions, really. You kind of addressed everything I was looking for.
I have another one. When you were on the school board before, I think you had made some public statements on the community message board with regard to the former superintendent, fellow board members, and comments about the teachers in the district. I don't think you named any, but is that something that you would do again?
That's, the answer is no. I don't know if you noticed or not, I don't know if you're on those boards, but I am rarely there anymore. I find it to be a very vicious pit that really doesn't solve any problems whatsoever. Those boards, I guess, started out with a very, in a very benevolent way to try to get a school built in our town. And through, I have no problem saying that I may have been a part of that devolution, to wherever it went. But certainly, if I can look a board member in the eye and solve a problem in this room, that's where it needs to be solved. Again, I'm no better than anybody else. We all grow from the experiences we have. It's whether or not you can admit to it or not. If you say to me that you're incapable of growing, then that ain't true.
And I have one final question for you, Jason. During the budget process, and I don't know if it's your last term as a school board member, I think you were on a trip and you called in to the school board meeting and you suggested that several things be added, several line items added into the budget. And then later on, you commented that you had done that to prove a point about the fact that the other board members would not challenge those additions to the budget. Do you think that you were taking your position as a school board member seriously in doing that?
Oh, absolutely. See, you got to put all of that in context. Most, if not all, every motion in this room was going 4-1, 3-2, for the most part. I bet I could count on one hand things going in a different direction. So, having had conversations about where folks wanted to go with the budget, we already knew where. It was already a foregone conclusion where most things were going based upon that was the final, that was the last day. We had gone through the entire budget and we were right at the end. So most of those things were already in the budget. I motioned to add, I believe, more of the dolls that FACS wanted. And I motioned to add some more maintenance items, which, again, I believe in. But it wasn't necessarily, as you put it, to show up people. It was more that I didn't believe there were certain members that were taking it seriously in contemplation of each line item. It appeared that people were just simply signing off rather than ask the difficult questions at the appropriate times, which I think is very important in the budget process, to vet it carefully so that people have confidence in the process. When you take something as contentious as the budget and people perceive that it's a rubber stamp, it does nobody any service. It's a disservice, because the voters that you need to have to pass that budget need to know that you crossed every T and dotted every I. And I can't come across people, well, I can come across some, but there are a lot of people that follow what I say that had a very difficult time believing that every T was crossed and every I dotted. They thought it was rubber stamp. So would I do it again? I don't see that with this board. I don't see that problem. I believe each of you really believe in what you're doing. I don't think you rubber stamp. I hear you ask appropriate questions. I hear you hold people accountable. That wasn't the case several years ago. That really wasn't. So, again, I'm sorry to have to have rocked that boat, but we rocked the boat, and I think the direction that came from that is very positive.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I was just gonna say one more thing. I don't remember the word that Mary used a couple of times to describe what the board is right now.
Fractured.
I think there was the superintendent issue where the board at a time was divided in their thought process on that. That aside, and the resolution that's come from that at this point, I personally don't think that the school board right now is fractured. I think there were some differences, some different thought process. And up to that point, I think since then, or even dealings in between there, that we still conducted ourselves in the same manner that we had prior to that. And as a group, I'm certain that going forward, we will continue doing that, acting in the best interest of the community, the teachers, the students, the schools, and put that behind us and go forward. One of the comments you made, Jason, that, and I know what you're referring to, but talking about votes not always going 5-0, and they won't. I'm certain even at this group, it's not going to happen. I mean, you're not always going to be in unison 100%. There are going to be some differences in different thought process. And that, I don't see that meaning that the board is not together. You're going to have some differences of opinions regardless. So, I just wanted to say that. I believe at this point we need to vote, correct? And I'm not certain, do we vote in the bid?
Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, was my letter of interest not submitted? I
did-
emailed it to Mrs. Flynn.
I did not get a letter from you. Honestly, I did not.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
that's all right.
I apologize. Maybe, did it kick back to you, or?
No.
Well, I think she should be able to.
You should
Yeah,
be
you
able
should
to
be able to
speak.
Well, I did email a letter with all my credentials, and I
Well, that's
do not have that.
Well, that's
So-
fine, I think you should have the opportunity to.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Argue
And I apologize.
your
Yeah.
Okay,
We're supposed
well,
to.
I think, it may take more time than.
That's fine.
Because I don't, okay, so,
You
is it
pull the
okay
chair.
to pull up a chair
Yeah.
right here? Okay, thanks. So on Sunday, or Monday, excuse me, I emailed Mrs. Flynn a letter just indicating my interest in this position, and I kind of just.
Can you
I-
introduce yourself to the
Oh,
community?
I'm sorry. My name is Cecile Bondvoudois, and so what I did, because I know it was emphasized at one of the meetings that you're looking for people with some background information, background training, so I kind of went over a little bit of my work history, just to show my eligibility for the committee. So could I take a moment to just do that? Okay. So I initially in my career, I started off as a crisis intervention counselor for several years while serving as an adjunct professor at New Hampshire Technical College, teaching human oppression for a number of semesters, as well as working for the New Hampshire Department, DOE, with the migrant services. And I eventually became the executive director of Big Brothers Big Sisters in Greater Nashua, where I was the employee of 18 board members. I did that for several years and then switched into staying home to be with my family and have children. And I started to sub as soon as my youngest was in first grade. And during that period, I've been subbing for 6 years. I served on 3 search committees, a board of directors, as well as a school board, a small private school board. So in all of those capacities, whether I was a member or a chairperson, I did feel that I had tremendous success in my career. And so I feel that coming here, while there are 3 former school board members and that have served on this specific public school board, it certainly means that I have to maybe explain to you my understanding of what this role would be. So my understanding is that a school board is guarding the interests of the public through your accountability and transparency you are really out for the interest of the public as the taxpayers. The school board is entrusted with serving the children whose needs and strengths are broadly diverse. So you have a lot of different students that you have to provide education for. I think, based on my experience on other boards, that I have a clear understanding that a single board member has no power, that the authority resides in the board as a whole, and only when we're meeting in legally convened sessions as a collective body is when the power is in the board. So I think I get that. Pertaining to the code of ethics and what has occurred over the past month, I think that you have to, as a board member, explicitly understand what your conversations are with parents versus your conversations with a teacher versus your conversations with the superintendent. I think that the parameters in each of those conversations are different, and you have to understand that. In your question to these other three folks as to, how do you know? Well, in a good manual on school board policy, they'll say that as soon as a conversation turns to complaint, criticism, or conflict, you have to step back and try to assess how you're going to stop the listening and refer that person directly into the chain of command. So I think I have that understanding. I think the other important thing under the Code of Ethics is confidentiality. And I understand that when serving on a school board, you do have to possess the highest level of confidentiality, that there is no excuse and it has to be upheld and no one is excused. My understanding of board and finance on a school board is that really the superintendent puts together a recommended budget, and the school board is tasked at managing the finance and budgets in the district according to the legal and procedural mandates of the state. So the board can certainly be involved in the budget process. They can freely ask a lot of relevant questions, and they can insist that the budget is accurate and current, so that they can make some decisions. So in looking at all of that, I know I'm just kind of scanning over. I've read many manuals in serving on boards, and probably the most extensive manual is in a public school board, but I'm just trying to give you the gist of what I think I would need to know stepping into this position if I were the one appointed. A couple of things you've asked other folks is, what would you bring? What would you bring in this short 5 months? Because it is a short time. That's kind of like usually the learning curve time. So I think what I would bring to the committee is the success that I've had in my own career of working as a team, working cooperatively, collaboratively. I think that I strive for consensus. I know it can't always be. I know that sometimes you have to have split votes. But I go back to saying that I think guarding the interests of the public means that often you should be in consensus. Often you should be able to work toward, having that unified understanding of what you're trying to do. I think when boards break down and become divisive and start to get into a situation where there's a lot of dissension, it works not only against our students, but it works against the interests of the public who is relying on us. One of the good things that I saw come out of the past month is, if there is a good thing, but I really saw folks come and sit and almost like whether it was a parent or a teacher, they took their place at the table with you, and they they sat and they said how they felt, without being angry, maybe confused, maybe asking a lot of the right questions, asking relevant questions, but they were willing to take their place at the table. And that wasn't really happening 2.5 years ago. I think people were staying home, watching it on TV, seeing the mayhem that was happening, the pandemonium that was happening in this room with the board and the superintendent, and, people would come in and shout across the room at John, and there's a police officer, We have come so far, and I think if there's one positive light as to what's come out with the superintendent situation, is that we saw a lot of open public expression, which is the definition of a public forum. And we really saw people deliver it without being accusatory, angry, shouting, and the end result sort of went toward the public. And I think that that's something that I would want to remind the committee to look at. Keep inviting the public in. Please letting them know people don't feel confident taking their place at the table. It's very intimidating. So that would be something that I would really want to bring along. The last item that I think would be really important to present to the board is, I think it's great that board members go to events. They attend events that students go to, but that's a small section of our student population. And I think it's really important, and a lot of schools are doing this, where the boards go to visit the school. They go as a collective body together, so that they're sharing a common experience, they're minimizing the disruption, but once or twice a year, you go into each school and you see the students in their learning environment. You get to see the teachers in their element, the talent and commitment that they're delivering to our children. And I think when you do something like that, when you make the commitment to go into the school and spend some quality time in there observing, it helps you make better policy decisions. Because I think all of the policy decisions rely on what the superintendent message is and what he's bringing to the table. And he can be potentially biased. So it has to be that all of you are working together to ensure that you have a keen understanding of what's going on in school. I want to also preference that right now I am a substitute teacher at Campbell High School. I would leave my post if appointed, and I think I would have a very clear understanding of the boundaries of what I would be sharing with the committee versus, what my role was as a substitute teacher. I have been subbing for about 5.5 years. I've subbed in all 3 schools. So I think to some degree that's a strength in understanding our education system. But I also think that I have to be, really clear in my mind that this isn't like an information session that I would be doing with you and what is working in the school and what isn't. It would just give me a little bit of an added benefit in really being in the school. I also think it's really good to be moving forward. I think we need some fresh blood. It's no discredit to the 3 people who want to come back and settle the board down. I don't see the board as needing to settle down. What I saw is we've had a really good 2 years and we had a bump, and you guys turned it around. You all came together. It wasn't easy. You listened to the community input, and that night when you saw the heightened anxiety in the public community, you stayed late, you made some decisions. Michelle sent out a release the next day to the school, and no one's heard anything since. Everything has just been positive, as if it's all resolved and done. And I think when you respond swiftly like that, you show that you are a competent board. And people make mistakes, and who knows how many mistakes were made. We don't need to go into that. But you rectified it. We're moving forward. You don't hear anybody talking about it anymore. So I just want to welcome the opportunity to potentially have some new blood on the board. And again, I mean that with no disregard to the 3 other people that are applying. And I'm happy to take questions if there's any.
Just, I guess I'll ask you the same question, Cecile, that I asked Jason, and that is, after the 5 months, do you have any intentions of possibly running again?
If things go really well for me on the board, and I understand what you guys are up against, I understand the letters you get, I understand the feedback you get, I understand that the board life is never easy, and, but absolutely, if I found that, you know, I fit into the hole here, I would probably run.
I guess, so you're currently a sub in the schools, you probably enjoy being in the schools, being with the students and seeing a direct impact. Why would you want to give that up to be on the board?
Well, for 2 reasons. One is, you know, certainly I would not have told you in August that I'd be trying to get onto the school board. Never crossed my mind. I remember the second week picking up the paper, sent off my kids to school. Everything was really going positive in our family. And then to pick up the paper the second week in school and see the superintendent on the front page and know that he might leave was very anxiety-provoking for myself and for my family. My husband and I have a lot invested into our children, like I'm sure all of you do. I just cannot say how much of a difference I feel in the school system in the past 2 years. Things have really, to me, been very positive. So in that respect, I'd be willing to give up subbing so that I could join the school committee. But on the other hand, my children are old enough now that, you know, I have been interviewing and meeting and trying to break back into the human service field, which is really, I don't have any intentions of becoming an educator, a teacher or anything like that. It's more returning back to my field now.
You answered my question.
Cecile, when you're on the other boards, well, you work for a board. Do you have any involvement as far as in the budget process with them?
I do. And again, as the executive director for Big Brothers, I wrote, it was only $1 million, but I wrote the budget. I made a recommended budget. And then I not only had to go through it with the board, although we had a finance committee because there were 18 members, so we had like a 5-member finance committee. But I had to go through several allocation committees, like with United Way. It was all nonprofits, so like United Way, the coalition, and I would have to justify every single line item to get, whether it was $3,000 or $100,000. So I knew my budget intimately. It is quite a bit smaller than the district's budget. I can say that. I've looked through the budget, and this is a pretty extensive, it's a public budget. I mean, so I feel like I would be acclimated at reading the budget pretty quickly. There wouldn't be as much of a learning curve, but it would definitely be the biggest budget I've ever worked with.
And what was the biggest hurdle you had to get over as far as the budget process itself?
I actually did very well. I don't think I ever didn't get a grant. You know, I was able to go in, like the allocation, for example, like with the United Way, was made up of 20 volunteers. Some worked at BAE, you know, they worked at various companies. And I could sit there for 2.5, 3 hours just answering their questions. And, you know, they have many competing organizations that want the dollars. So I had to really be on my toes and know what each dollars, And then we had several restricted funds. People who donated money would say, I only want my donation spent here. So I had to always know the percentage of the budget that was under restricted and when it was spent, making sure that I, had to do that, like to present that. I worked with the auditors. We had a financial advisor on our board, so I worked closely with them to understand how to work nonprofit, because it's a little trickier. And then when I worked on a White Wing school board, which is a small Montessori school in Nashua. And Lori Conrad was the director at the time. She and I worked on the budget, which was another whole different type of budget because it was church related. It's not a church-related school, but it's under the umbrella of a church, which is even a different nonprofit. I mean, they get even more, much less tax exempt. So I had to really learn that and teach the director that budget so that she had an understand how to write a recommended budget.
Any other questions? No? Well, Cecile, thank you, and I apologize for
No
your email
problem.
or
No problem.
your resume being lost. And
Okay,
thank you.
thank you for letting me partake.
Thank you.
And before we do go through the process as far as the vote, I would like to thank all 4 candidates for stepping up for the short term that we need someone on the school board, and I appreciate the fact that you're willing to give up your time. I just want to say thank you.
I want to echo what Brian said. I don't know about the other board members, but I honestly don't know if I have a preference. I mean, it's almost like an embarrassment of riches, honestly. Like, any 4 would probably do a perfectly fine job, so it's a tough decision.
Yeah, I think everybody has their strengths. Everybody has something to bring to the table that will be very positive. So it is going to be hard. You have to seriously think.
Thank you. You can help out here. Did we just go through the process of?
Based on past experience,
Yep.
you can pretty much do what you wish to do. You can discuss the candidates. Someone could make a motion and second a candidate to move forward for nomination.
So you don't just do a vote of the 4?
I think it's the first one in, I'm guessing. First one to get a majority vote, I'm assuming that's how it works, right?
Yeah, it's kind of similar to the process that you nominate and approve the chair of the school board. You can be by nomination. It's the first one that receives the majority vote of the school board would be the individual to fill the seat.
Well, because everybody has some really positive things to add, I think for me, the one criteria that I think I can use to compare you all is that with the 3 people that are sitting here in the room, you each, we have somebody who's subbing, is teaching, someone who's a state rep, and someone who, I'm sorry, Jason, I know that you're on other committees, right?
Clerk and others.
Right, and plus, I think you're the clerk for the school. So you all have something that prohibits you, really, from stepping into the role immediately. And I think the one person who doesn't have something else that's going on that they would have to step away from and that there would have to be accommodations made, I think, is Mary. And I think for that reason, and the fact that Mary's recently been on the board, and I think can come up to speed quickly, I nominate Mary to be the replacement, Mary Prindle to be the replacement board member. So I guess I make a motion for Mary Prindle to be selected.
I'll second that. It is tough. So I guess I'm going to look at 2 things. A is what you had said, do they have any other commitments? And B is, are they planning on running again? So I think the only 2 that clearly said they weren't going to run again was probably Ralph and Mary. In comparing the 2 of those, I think Mary's probably has been on board the most recently, and she just left it, I think, when Brian came in, so that's probably where I'm going to lean to.
And I'd like to echo one of the statements you just made, Derek, that Preferably, it would be someone who is not looking to run again. Someone just in the interim that would step in, because it is a short-term position, and not give someone the upper hand in 5 months from now of what they could possibly learn on the board. And Janine, I disagree a little bit with what you said, because I think all three of the people have already more or less said that they would step away from what they're doing right now in order to get on the school board, and I commend them for that. Again, not only willing to give up the amount of time that they'd spend on the board, but also that they would put aside some of the things that they both love, because I know Jason enjoys PERC, I know he enjoys being on the other committee, and Cecilia already said how much you enjoy teaching. So, again, I appreciate that part of it also. So, John?
Well, I would encourage you, if you don't get the seat, to strongly consider running in March. But I also believe that we just should be putting somebody in for 5 months, that's all they want to, that's all they want to do. For the simple reason that I think it allows the board to do its business for the next 5 months, and allow the 2 seats that will be voted on, let the public make the final decision on those two seats. And so that would be what would be guiding my my vote also. So I would strongly encourage anybody who is here today that's thinking of being on the board to strongly consider running in March.
Any further discussion? So we have a motion and a second for Mary. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That's it. 4-0. Congratulations, Mary.
Thank you very much, guys.
You're back in the hot seat.
Thank you very much, guys. I'll coordinate with Brian and Michelle on the logistics. I'll be back in town later in the week. Looking forward to the opportunity.
All right, hold on one second, Mary. Now, do you have to swear her in now, or?
No, he can swear her in
Okay.
whenever. Next week before the meeting, be fine.
All right,
All right, well set. Okay,
Yep.
thank you, Mary. I'm gonna hang up now.
Okay, sounds good.
Thanks.
Have a good night.
Bye.
thank you.
Bye-bye.
Can we open the doors?
Yes.
It's getting awful hot.
Get noisy.
No.
And John, I'll let your
Derek,
sentiments.
did you shut
that
that off?
I think
did
each
shut
of the
it off, yes.
candidates that were here, I would strongly encourage also,
Yeah.
that in 5 months. All right. We're going to summary of, review and revisions.
No, I think, Frank, we're good?
Good.
Okay. Summary of non-public actions from October 8th, 2014, non-public session. Mr. York made a motion to approve the non-public minutes of October 1, 2014 as written. Mr. Barker second. The motion carried 4-0-0. And that was it for non-public. The next item on the agenda is a request for a Tupperware sale. Advisor of the class of 2017, Alex Scarelli, would like to have a fundraiser selling Tupperware. Upon the approval, would be a 2-week window to run the fundraiser. Will be chosen. The target date is October 20th to October 31st. No school will be missed. The location is Campbell High School. Objectives, again, is to raise money for the class of 2017, and I believe their goal is, if not mistaken, sales of $2,500, which would net them a profit of $1,000 for the class account. So I take it this is a new fundraiser, so it's looking for approval.
Motion made to approve it.
Second.
Any other questions, comments? No. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? 0. 4-0. Correspondence? I don't believe I received anything last week, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Anyone?
Quiet week.
For me.
It was. Next, the approval of draft minutes from 10/8/2014.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Any other comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? 4-0. Then brings us to community forum.
You're not running. Move quick.
Okay. Superintendent's comments? School board comments, I'm sorry.
Short comments. The short superintendent comments.
I think I'm behind two this evening so far. I just want to thank the 4 candidates for putting their names in and putting their name out there for this position. All good people, all who were willing to give of their own time and energy to help the board and the district and the community, and for that I commend and thank them all. Secondly, as we start to move ahead with the budget, we can't put everything on hold while we do the budget over the next several months. And what I'd like to do is just let the board know that what I'd like to start doing is having some preliminary conversations with Mr. Burke about some strategic planning. We did put together, and the board approved, a 2-year sort of placeholder strategic plan that was a slight modification of the prior one. It was 2012 to 14, or 12 to 15, I think. And I think this is an appropriate time now to take a step back, look at where we are, establish some priorities, and have enough conversations moving forward that they can still potentially impact the budget conversations. Based on the conversations, you know, with teachers, with administrators, with the board, with community, I think we have some sense of you know, what some of the priorities are. As we know, the actions to try and rebuild the technology infrastructure and use technology more for teaching and learning had gained a lot of momentum through the work of Director Hancock and a lot of teachers who did exemplary work, in many cases on their own, in some cases supported by the district, but in many cases on their own, to try and improve the learning in their classrooms and try to engage students or technology for all the right reasons. We have some big steps coming up in this next budget that have some serious implications for where we're going. I think we have to look at whether or not we have the most appropriate balance and focus of programs, given the places that students want to go when they leave here. One of those areas is I think, not just the use of technology, but I believe that the high schools work on independent learning, student-centered instruction, and student-driven instruction, which is a big part of the Next Gen grant that they're working on, really is important. Students are capable learners. They were learners. I mean, one of the most significant learning experiences in your life is to grasp command of oral language, listening and speaking in your mother tongue. And they learn that by themselves, by and large, by interacting with their family and a small group of people before they ever come to school. So clearly students come to school making sense, wanting to learn and able to learn. And I think with the economy and the educational situation that we have at this point in time, we have to focus more on developing students who are better learners, but at the same point in time, not forget the crucial importance and the role of the content that they're learning. You can't become a good learner unless you're learning something that's meaningful and important, whether it's math or science or social studies or English. So it's not that content is less important. It's that in some ways content is more important because it's the vehicle through which all of that bigger picture learning occurs. So the selection of content and the alignment of the content becomes crucial. one of the steps that I'd like to do, I've had some conversations this last little while with some of the folks at the high school, some of the folks at middle and elementary, about where we need to go. And I think we have to look at having some conversations with the administration and some folks. We have some real strengths in technology throughout the district, whether it be, Sandy Doucette in grade 1, Justin Blue in the social studies department here. Mr. Cooper actually has been working with technology and technology-based learning for a significant period of time, so we're blessed in that way. And I really think it's important in the next few months that we bring that group together and start to look at instruction in general to overlay with the curriculum work that we're doing and what sort of platforms we're doing, but also at the selection of courses. I'm concerned, as I know some of you are, at where we are or are not heading in terms of areas of computer science and technology education, and whether or not we're preparing students for those areas as well as we might. Mr. Barca had reached out a little while ago to the folks at West to inquire about dropping in to visit the folks about STEAM Ahead, which is a pilot project that started this year at Manchester West High School. One of the goals, if you Google it, you can visit their website. It is a pilot. The project is still very much in development. And the folks are very much willing to share their experiences and what they've learned moving forward. One of the major goals of the program is to have high school students graduate with essentially a year of college credit towards a technology-based undergraduate degree, which is a significant accomplishment, saving some time and money. And also sometimes you learn if this is something that you have a passion for and a skill for and want to pursue. In some cases, it becomes your vocation. And so we've contacted Mr. Chris Motika, the principal at Manchester West. We'll also be able to have a conversation with Mr. Tim Otis, who's now the assistant principal at West. And we're trying to arrange just a visit to get sort of a 30,000-foot view from the perspective of a board member and the superintendent. We're going to try and get that done in the next little while, assuming the board has no objections to that. And then we're trying to arrange a little bit later in the year, just before Christmas, a visit of Dr. Heon, high school administration, and have that group select some teachers to go with them as well, to look at the specifics of the various program areas. Where is technology being integrated within an existing program, where a new course is being developed, that sort of conversation. So I see that as part of that strategic plan piece. I don't know, in this case, I know the board has on occasion had to vote to give a board member to act individually and not as part of a collective. I don't know if that's needed in this case, since it's essentially a fact-finding situation. I don't know if you want to discuss that or not. Or if in fact any of the board members want to visit with us. I think Mr. Motika owes me more than one favor, so we may have some flexibility on that. And Silvertech, the company that Mr. Barker works for, was one of the two major proponents of the entire project.
Yeah,
So-
it was my boss and the owner of Supertech, Nick Sogo, and actually the owner of Dine, Jeremy Hitchcock, that kind of came up with the idea. They approached former Mayor Bob Baines, who used to be, who was actually Nick's principal at Central High School. Approached him with the idea, and said if they get the funding, could you go with it? Then they kind of came up with a whole curriculum, approached West to kind of pilot it, and just ran with it. It's a cool program. What they're basically doing is, teachers at West are working with the teachers at Manchester Community College to come up with a curriculum for all the STEAM classes that will then result in, like you had mentioned, after 4 years in the program, I think there's 75 kids in the program. After the 4 years, those students will graduate high school with a full year of college credit already. They can go right to MCC or take it and transfer it to someone else if they want to. So it's a cool program.
I don't see a need for a vote, it's just more for observation and.
Yeah, he's not representing the school board on a decision process.
Decision-making,
but-
right.
All right, thank you. And that's my allotted time. Thank you very much. I'm sorry? No, just, well, I guess a short update. Just so folks know, We're starting to get some communication with the virus and Ebola situation. We sat in on a conference call earlier this week with the Department of Health and Human Services. A lot of conversation about procedures, things are being put into place at the state level. Really nothing to roll out at the school level at this point in time. A lot of it is really educational. And some of it is very contradictory because what they've found in this entire outbreak is that what we've known about, for example, Ebola for quite some time is that it spreads through very close contact, human fluids, and so on. And the normal cleaning methods of bleach and water are sufficient for decontamination and things like that, and normal treatment of people who've been exposed if they've had a filter mask on and no fluid, possibility for fluid exchange. The people aren't recommended for contamination or anything. At the same point in time, people have seen pictures of folks, cleaning down rooms with the big suits on and this very, so what we know scientifically and what we've seen in some cases in the media are very much at odds. So much of this next phase is going to be educational. If it becomes an issue that we have to deal with at the school level, that information usually comes in a major conference call. This one was more related to the health services side than school, but there were some schools involved. Having been through this once with Nashua with another event, I thought it would be better to be a little ahead of the curve. But more information will be made available as it is required. Thank you.
Thank you. School board comments?
Just welcoming Mary aboard.
Committee reports? Anyone meet?
I haven't met.
All right. That brings us on to our fiscal 16 budget presentation. We'll start up with technology. Requested budget.
Throughout this, there's basically three major cost drivers that are driving the increase. The phone system at GMS and LMS are planned to be replaced. You may be aware the phone system at the high school had a significant issue last month and left us without voicemail for a week. As of about 10 o'clock this morning, the same things happened at the elementary school. So those are two large increases. And we also have some significant increase for the replacement and expansion of the wireless network at CHS to support student-owned computers and more of a one-to-one initiative. So with those three things in mind, we're just going through the line-by-line increases, decreases?
I would say increases, we would say over 1,000. 1,000 or more.
Hope he has some of those.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's I on the first page, you see that he's cut $67,000 on three line items, and still the budget is $82,000 higher than it was last year.
John, I think you're looking at the old version, that's 57,000.
Yeah.
The old version?
There was a-
Technology services are up 82, but the overall for those two combined.
I posted the new one.
Well, I'm looking here on page 1. You have three line items in which you have cuts of 11,000, 23,000, and 33,000. Is that correct?
Those represent the expenses for the first.
No, I understand it, but you've reduced line items, and then if you go to the next page, you have another reduction of $10,000 of equipment additional, and even below that, another one. So, I mean, there's major reductions on the, throughout the technology budget, which I think is great. However, even with those reductions, which total, if we add them up, near $80,000 or $90,000, your budget is still up $82,000. So there's a swap of almost $170,000. Is my
Right, and I think if we
my
go,
question.
I think if we start going through the lines, John, we'll probably find that, I'm gonna assume that the reductions were from a project that was completed, and now the additions are gonna be for another project going forward as far as technology. So what, if you wanna, let me just go through it, rather than just saying, here's a big
Oh, that's
negative, here's a
fine.
big positive.
Okay, the first, 10, 11, 22, 25, 650, about $1,500.
What page?
Page 1. Halfway down. Primarily driven by the smartboard software. The vendor or manufacturer of smartboards has changed their model and they're now charging us for software updates. You'll see that reflected throughout the budget to keep all of our boards current. The $11,000 and all the corresponding decreases below it on page 1 are from the construction of the new computer lab at GMS. Page 2.
Can I just ask you, how many smart boards do they have at GMS currently? Is it 10?
In that neighborhood, yes. It's about 10, I'm not sure, it could be plus or minus 1 or 2.
Is the, on page 1, the line, the 734?
Yep.
The 17,600, that's to outfit 4 classrooms with smart boards?
That's to add 4 smart boards, 4 new boards in classrooms. We had 8 requested boards this year.
Okay.
Principal and I sat down and kind of thought that 4 was a little bit closer to reasonable than 8, and hopefully we'll get the next 4 next year.
Okay.
Do you know which classes those are planned for?
No, when we had 8 requests, and so we would go through and kind of identify the best suited teachers.
So Kyle, also one of the other requests will be fulfilled by the movement of one? No? Okay.
That would be
And
plus 1.
is request to the GMS PTO requested, expected rather, for additional funding? Or we had that conversation with Principal Thompson?
Not aware of anything ongoing with that.
I wouldn't be surprised if it comes.
Even more than 8.
Other questions on page 1?
Is 440, is that a new lease or is that the continuation of a lease?
On page 2?
Yeah.
Says you got 3 of 3.
Oh, so it's a, okay.
There is existing, and then there's a new lease. This is now for LMS. This would be for 1 desktop per classroom.
Do they have laptops now?
No.
They have desktops now?
Desktop.
So you're replacing desktops.
Yes.
The Budget Committee is not inclined to approve new leases, guys. So you should be aware that when you present that, there may be some resistance. So you may just want to revisit exactly how you go about replacing those, whether you just do them straight out purchases or not.
It doesn't say lease. You talking about the desktops, John?
There's a lease in line 440. There's $7,800 for a new lease.
And
New lease.
that's the one that, I mean, they were pretty adamant in their meeting of not looking at new leases, so.
So are you suggesting that we put a higher figure in for an outright purchase versus a cost savings lease? We can do that.
Well,
You know what-
Brian you were in the meeting when they were discussing it.
And there were several members that were adamant as far as their thought process on leases. But I think there are different reasons for different leases. And that can be explained to them. And their focus was on very large items that, were they even necessary? It was kind of like the question coming in place, and then concern of whether or not you're in a default budget and what happens to those leases. So I guess
Kyle, are any of those all look to be year 2 and year 3 of 3-year leases, is that correct? Are any of these new leases that the districts would be looking
Yes.
to?
you said the desktop ones.
440, there's
Desktop.
$7,800, new lease, 30 desktops for classrooms,
How many desktops?
30.
And just out of curiosity, outright purchase would be what?
About 3 times that, so 23.4. We do 3-year leases.
Does the lease include any kind of like service agreement or anything like that?
We lease 3 years dollar out, so we own them at the end, and we generally do either a 3 or 4-year warranty on them, so that at least during the time that they're being leased, we know that they're covered for anything, and potentially a year after.
Is that price included in the
Yes.
amount there?
So you're actually purchasing them just over a 3-year period?
Yeah, it's basically financing them.
So the dollar cost is, it's not like we pay more over a period of time. The cost to purchase and the cost that we pay across the lease, 3-year lease is essentially the same.
There's I think 6 or 8% interest cost in that.
I picture a lease that you lease it, when your lease is over, it's gone.
It's a lease purchase.
That's
It's
one
a lease
option,
purchase.
but we've
Right.
always bought them at the end
Yep.
with the assumption that we can get a lot more than 3
Right.
years of usable lifespan out of a PC.
And isn't the purchase price usually like $1 or something?
Yeah, it's a flat dollar to buy out the contract at the end.
Yeah. So we touch on 734 yet?
No, we haven't. That has decreased because last year we had in a good amount of equipment to support Dr. Cochran's math initiative, smart boards, projectors specifically, which we outfitted, I believe, 4 classrooms with, 3 or 4.
Which one was that, 734 on page 2 still?
Yeah.
Yes.
One went down.
The reduction, 10,625.
Moving on into the CHS 440, reduction of $7,700 with, basically the lease has expired and we're not gonna replace those units yet, so.
Will those be purchased then, Kyle?
Yeah, so we'll have, this is the example of the 3-year lease, where at the end of the 3rd year, we'll buy them for $1 at the end of this year, and we're gonna keep those units, and we're gonna continue to use them beyond that 3-year lease period.
And projected life is how long?
In a lab, these particular units that we're talking about, I mean, it depends on where they are, what they're being used for, obviously. I think these will be 4 to 5 years. Classrooms are 5 to 6. Page 3, if some other questions?
Line 650?
Is incorrect.
Okay, I was gonna say, oh, it's incorrect, because the stuff on the left doesn't add up to the number on the right.
Yeah, that's why it's incorrect.
Okay, so is the stuff on the left the correct number?
The total should be 5387 requested, which would put it at $200, $300 increase.
Okay.
The stuff in the left, in the description is the correct information, the total
Okay.
is just incorrect. Let's see, equipment additional, this is to support the one-to-one initiative, equipping some teachers who are gonna be teaching those classes with mobile technology, either a high-end, more than likely a laptop rather than a high-end tablet. That's the $15,000 increase.
Please recall that there was a time that every teacher at the high school had their own laptop, and we went away from that model to the point that I think other than a few people who are piloting equipment for us and giving us feedback on various iterations, we've gone away from that completely. And we're talking about moving forward with some very serious initiative in terms of student-centered, technology-based learning. And in order to do that, we're going to have to provide laptops. One of the reasons that doing it this way, I think, makes sense is that depending on how assuming we're doing the pilot, we would be able to target the people who are going to be doing it and give them the equipment early. And it also builds in a flat cost of ownership. And so by putting this many machines in at a time, you're not buying and outfitting an entire school, only to 4 years later then have to come up with that entire chunk of cash again. So it's moving, I think, in the right direction, but it's also doing it in a way that is sustainable and builds in that flat cost of ownership far more so than a single purchase. Does that make sense?
That was the reason that we ultimately got away from the laptops. It was a fiscal decision.
So that was line 734?
Yes.
That's not what it says.
Technology for teachers.
It says installed speakers to accompany LCD projectors and smart boards in 10 classrooms. Technology for teachers teaching one-to-one classes. You talk about laptops or anything like that in there?
Yeah, the
15,000 is
the
for
laptops.
laptops. The 3,000 is for the speakers and multimedia.
Maybe just update the description
So
then.
we could
We need to fix
change
the
description.
wording in there then.
We've had conversations about tablets versus laptops, and so it was actually my terminology from a year ago when I started talking about teacher technology to support one-to-one. It was not an attempt to confuse.
Well,
It was an attempt to
I
keep it
understand,
open.
I understand that, but, you know, again, I've been here for 5 years, and again, the budget and the wording in there, we've asked every manager of their budget to check the wording to make sure it reflects what they're asking for in their budget. It's not the job of the superintendent to do that, it's the job of the personal in the budget to do that. And, you know, we received 4 or 5 budgets last week, and again, we had the same issues with wording. And the problem is that it's hard as a school board member to sit here and listen to what you guys say and take these and go back and try to reevaluate these things when we get them. If you're talking about laptops there, it's a whole lot easier to put the correct information in there when it gets to the budget committee and everybody else. And I think that's a very easy process to do. If they can change the numbers to reflect the information, they should be able to change the words to reflect what those numbers mean.
Is there any reason you're leaning towards laptops versus kind of like the tablet you have, the multi-use one?
It's one of the reasons that we didn't specifically say laptops
Case
or
you're not-
tablets,
you're not
because
sure
we
yet.
didn't want to completely isolate the type of technology that we were gonna have. So it could well be a convertible tablet versus a laptop or something of that nature.
Are the prices, is it a big difference, or?
Really depends on what the end product that you are looking at. We haven't really had the time, and we also haven't identified the student information system yet, which is gonna play a big factor into all of these things, so we can't really identify a specific piece of technology at the moment.
One of the biggest issues is the availability of digital ink and the ability to have, get a Word document and use OneNote to simply write over it as though you were grading a piece of paper. And so to me, that's a tremendous advantage. It's one of the things that I presented to the board. And Mr. Cooper is actually one of 2 teachers who are piloting the use of a tablet at this point in time. Interestingly, I had a conversation with Mr. Ballou yesterday about this, and now he's extremely technology intensive, and for him the digital ink is not an issue. He's been using insert comments in Schoology for long enough that it's second nature for him. I suspect that he may be an outlier, but we may actually literally be able to sit down with people and say, what's your preference? These two cost about the same amount of money. For me, the ability to just flip a laptop over into a tablet, pull the stylus out and grade somebody's paper as though I was writing with a piece of ink and send it back is just so much faster for me than trying to, I've corrected class sets of papers using track changes. It's not pretty. It doesn't have the same flow to me, and so for me, and I think for many people, they would prefer that, which is why we're kind of in this. I thought it was going to be a no-brainer, but listening to him speak, he indicated that he thought that many people would be like him, and so, I think we have to have that conversation about whether.
I mean, they still could, right, because it's convertible, right?
Yes,
They
it
can
is.
still type if they wanted to.
Yep, absolutely. But I think one of the things that we did last year when we piloted some things, we tried to get some feedback about what we thought would work, and also some things that we thought might work or might not. And we've gotten some good feedback on some cases, directions that we thought might be useful, like the small, slightly smaller than iPod tablets, Lenovo, quite a nice tablet, people found just not functional at all. So we purchased two. As it turns out, we'll use them for other things, probably with other functions. So we're trying to find a mix, and to what extent do you mandate a platform, and to what extent do you offer teachers a choice of platforms based on what they're used to and what they need. So that's a conversation that we have to have going forward.
My kids went to a Microsoft camp over the summer, and I went there with them. It was all Surface tablet convertibles, and I was amazed at how well they worked, because, I mean, trying to use a tablet for anything, it just isn't functional, but these convertibles, I was amazed how far they came.
Yeah, and I think you still, as much as tablets are really nice for certain features, they still really stink for
using a
others.
computer.
Yeah.
That's a technical term, stink.
Before we go any further, can I just get clarification as far as the smart boards? Because I'm looking through this and I'm seeing like different costs, throughout. I'm looking at line 738 right now for CHS. And
What page are you on, Brian?
3. So, do you need a projector for the smart board? Is that two pieces that go together?
Hold on, I'm trying.
The 738 line?
Yeah,
Okay, you're looking at the replacement equipment?
correct.
Yes. In order to use a smart board, you need a projector, but you don't need a projector. No, in order to use a smart board, you need a projector. You do not need a smart board to use a projector.
Okay.
A lot of our classrooms only have projectors.
And it looks like the other additional cost is speakers to go with that, correct?
We are making an effort to put speakers into classrooms to accompany the projectors.
Right, so that's one of two questions I had. So do you have smart boards and projectors in classes without speakers?
No.
Okay, because, well, you're looking,
But we have classrooms that have no speakers in them.
but they have a smart board and a projector.
Predominantly, we have no speakers here.
Okay. So with that, it looks like total cost for a projector, a smart board, and speakers is $3,500.
No, I'm not sure how you extrapolated that.
Well, I replaced two projectors in 738 is $2,100. Replaced two smart boards, it's $4,600. And then if I add speakers to each one of those, it's an additional $600 altogether, $7,000.
We're talking about replacing existing equipment versus
Yeah, no, I understand. So
equipping
then,
new
right, so,
classrooms. So we don't necessarily replace, if a smart board fails, we don't replace the projector along with it.
yeah. No, but I'm just trying to like put all the costs together,
Yep,
and I'm coming up with $3,500 for a projector, a smart board, and speakers.
just those three items, yes. When we do new classroom installations, it's closer to the $4,000 mark, if not over. Because there's supplies and.
Well, that's what I was wondering, like,
cabling
because
and
I'm looking
things
at,
like that.
right, because I'm looking at 4 for GMS. I didn't know how much cost was involved as far as installation for it.
Yes.
So installation's up like $1,500 around that area?
Yeah,
Did you buy software for it too?
You have to know.
that's what they come with software.
Oh, okay.
It's always been.
And the upgrades to hardware,
Upgrades have always been
$23.
part of the deal, but they changed that.
All right, thank you.
So have we,
And we're on computer instruction now.
yep. Total, so we're through computer instruction. Any other questions?
Well, no, you have a reduction of 24,706.
That's the overall reductions of the above accounts.
Yep.
So the $5,300 reduction, the other reductions on pages
Yep.
1 and 2.
For a total of 24,000. All right, now we're on to district-wide.
Yep. Repairs and maintenance is up $5,500. That's purely driven by hardware and software support for the email archiver. We purchased it with a 3-year support contract that has expired, and it's now necessary to maintain a contract on it, which is going to be $5,500 a year. The software lease, which you'll see the details on the next page, 446 has a $6,300 increase. Look at page 4, you'll see that that is due to an increase in the Microsoft lease slightly, but predominantly from the addition of Adobe's annual licensing. The high school had this cost built in previously. The state of New Hampshire discontinued their licensing with Adobe, and things got shifted around. The result is that they now license per district, not per building. And so we've moved that cost function into the district-wide.
Is that for, how do they do their licensing? Is it per machine, basically, or?
It was per, I don't, honestly, Derek, I don't remember the details of how they did it previously.
Okay.
The new cost is driven by full-time employee numbers
Oh, okay.
across the district.
So it's not per student or anything?
No.
Okay.
That price,
Huh?
very good price.
4,800, yeah, no, it's not bad.
Now is that the complete InDesign and
That
Photoshop
is the,
and-
every Adobe product made for the middle and high school, and a more limited subset for the elementary school.
That's pretty good. It's like I think our designers get the Creative Cloud, and it's like $100 a month or something.
They want to hook them
Yeah.
down.
Yeah, it's,
Yeah.
yeah.
Education has become a marketing tool.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. That's a great price to be able to put that software in all 3 schools. Does that give teachers the ability to edit and correct PDFs, you know?
Well, they would have a full license for Acrobat, so yes.
Okay. Which is, again, if students are turning in work that they've done whichever way, and they've turned it into a PDF to supply the teacher, which is the safest way to do
Software
it
you
because.
described to me a few months ago?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you don't want them, PowerPoints and Photoshop and all those things are great, but sometimes it's easier if it comes in a PDF to do what you need to do with it.
Moving down the page, there's a $1,300 increase in the 650 account. Really not one single driver from that. Basically, all of our support contract costs are up, contributing to that cost. That is it for page 4, unless there's any other questions. $6,000 decrease in 650 software. That's reflected by costs for the lab project. Same with 734 and 734. 738 is where you see that phone system that I mentioned initially. The goal is to get a phone system in the district that's going to be district-wide, but it's also gonna provide all the teachers with voicemail, email, phones in classrooms. And so it's a much better technology than we have now.
Kyle, is that the same technology that we had built into the safety plan? The access control and the LMS and GMS phone upgrade with voice over IP, and it would include the ability to call out. So it had a lot of the security features that we wanted as compared to what we have right now. You'd be able to call out from any part in the building. Right now, they can only call from a classroom to the main office. You could do an all-call from any part. So basically, you'd be upgrading the other two schools to what Campbell High School has now.
Well, Campbell still
On days
has
that
a
it works.
very old system, but it is integrated with the PA because the building was built newer. And so the goal is to ultimately replace the high school as well, so that all three buildings are on one consolidated system.
Were we planning on doing this before GMS failed, or?
Yes, this is actually in the technology plan because we knew that the systems were old and on their last legs.
And on the next page, you see the same thing for LMS?
Correct.
Same line?
No other questions on page 5?
So of the overall increase of, what have we got, $57,000, this would be that entire differential. Other than that, it's about the same amount of money with different functions this year compared to last?
Correct.
Okay.
How long do you think that new system will last? Will it be another 20 years?
What's that?
How long do you think the new phone system will last? Think we'll get another 20 years out of it, or?
Hard to say with the speed things we're doing now.
Yeah.
Hopefully that would be the goal. System that we have now is proprietary. And so we can't do anything with it. We basically have to call a vendor for anything. Phones are specific to the system. So it's not a system that was really designed to be manageable for a long period of time. It's kind of surprising that it's still running.
What's entailed in replacing the system? It's not just phones, obviously. It's like, is there a server? Is there software that runs somewhere? Or?
Yeah, there would be. Right now, it's, you could think of it as a server, but it's not really
Device or something?
Yeah,
Almost?
more of a device. So this would be a server. There's also branch devices, which, in case the internet connection were severed to the building, you have to maintain a POTS line, plain old telephone system line.
Oh, okay.
So that there is like 911 access and things like that. So there's quite a lot entailed with it, as well as obviously the handset costs, licenses for all those things.
Quite honestly, my take on this is the technology version of a bigger conversation that says, we've got $40 to $50 million worth of property that we should be spending. Frank, what would be the normal percent? 3 to 5% of the property value?
5-7%, depending on.
5% of $50 million, that would be $2.5 million a year on building infrastructure and maintenance. And are we spending a 20th of that? Are we spending $250,000 to cover, $250,000 in actual maintenance? We haven't hit that in multiple years. So we're millions of dollars a year behind for multiple years in what we need to be investing. The HVAC in this building is 14 years old, which is younger than all the others. When they go, they're going to have to all be replaced at once. The work of the Building and Grounds Committee to really try and get our ducks in a row, and this really has been both great to see and at the same point in time a little scary to me, because our deferred maintenance has been growing, I would guess, by $500,000 to $1 million a year, every year for the past X number of years. and you'll see this not just in this conversation, but when Mr. Bennett steps up to the microphone as well. And it's something that if
Got
we
a
want to
warning.
push it off,
Kind of.
if we want to push it off, we can. It just means that the number next year gets even bigger. So,
And you will see some of that in the budget as we go through in some of those areas.
So as far as the phone system, is there a reason why those two phone systems wouldn't go into a warrant article?
They can, sure.
if,
I think there's serious concern if those phone systems are gonna be continually manageable. At this point,
Functionality of them.
when the
may
high
not.
school died earlier this year, like I said, we were down for a week. Part of that was our vendor trying to source parts, because these parts aren't manufactured anymore. So they're either finding used stock or new used stock out of, whatever dusty warehouse they can. And less than a month later, we're now in the same position at GMS, trying to do the same thing.
if the warrant article fails
Right.
and the system went down, one of the schools would have to do without phones from then until whenever it got passed.
Same ways that you'd have in a warrant.
So we had page 6. That was the $30,000 on 738 that we just discussed.
What's the switch capacity? Is that just to get the
Added
switch up
switches,
to?
yeah, because if
for
we
this
go to
one to
VoIP,
one?
we're going to, well, actually, we are out of switch capacity no matter what, if we go to VoIP or not. We are running probably about 95% on all of our switches. So we just need to add some additional port capacity. And that cost is replicated throughout each building.
Is the 27,000 at those?
For those
That's
laptops?
is that just wireless?
Where are you at there?
738.
Skipped ahead of me, okay. 27,000. That is replacing all of the existing wireless access points, as well as essentially doubling our wireless capacity. So when we installed the wireless network in the district,
Yeah.
our goal was to provide 100% coverage, but with the idea that we were gonna have a couple devices on the access point at a time. So the system is really designed to maybe handle half dozen PCs in a room at a time, because there's not that density of access point. So in order to support the one-to-one classes, we'd have to essentially double the density, putting twice the amount of access points in, as well as upgrading to, right now we're running VG access points, so upgrading to the newer wireless standards to give additional speeds and capacity. I know we're skipping around. Are there other questions on page 6? Seven?
I would,
No discussion.
I would encourage you guys, when you do your budget review, to strongly consider the replacement of the phone systems to be an end-of-the-year purchase by the school board this year. Brother Frank will have to make those pennies bleed, but
They're already bleeding.
But I understand what you're trying to do here, and there are a lot of great things in this budget on technology side. But I just don't know if you're gonna get a $304,000 budget through the process. And so if you ended up having to sacrifice something either at the budget committee level or wherever, because I think everything else around that, without that $60,000, sort of puts you in line and may get a lot of your stuff that I believe that you need in here. And so, that's just my thought. I don't know exactly how you'll move that process through, but
Well-
that's my thought.
The other thing is that there was a short but important period of time in there in which we were having what would normally be the tone-setting conversations where the superintendent is saying your budget needs to be coming in at about X as people are finalizing their budget. And that was the time that I was the soon-to-be ex-superintendent, so I didn't do any tone setting. I left that all up to you guys. So rather than try and do it last minute,
Fair enough.
Fair enough. We get to deal with it, that's, as we should.
Which makes our cuts easier now that we have your input.
But I also think, John, if you leave it in there and you go to the budget committee and they say, well, you're $60,000 over, then maybe you can.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying that.
I understand that.
Some of these things are, you know, I mean, you know, we got to a point last year where we could have made another $100,000 worth of decisions at the end of June.
Right.
And we kept asking, as a board, is there stuff that you need us to consider? And
fair statement.
some did, some came, but really, we didn't encumber a nickel at the end of the year. And some will say that's a great thing. But at the same time, if there are things that are crashing and burning, you know, make sure there's at least $1 in those line items as a minimum. You know, again, we should not, even through the process, we need to be able to make sure that we've maximized and used our dollars to the full extent that we can. And so, that'll probably get me in trouble, but at the same time, I think it sort of sets the precedent for the following year's budget in that sense, so.
As you're well aware, you also don't know what you're gonna be encumbering for money either, I mean.
No, you don't, no, you don't. But I've been here for 5 years, and there's normally $100,000 easily that, for whatever the reasons may be, and there may be many, and some we have sacred cows that we promise to send back, you know, special services and stuff like that. But at the same time, you know, if we can't move maintenance processes through the normal process, for whatever the reasons are, we can't ignore the need for those things either.
By the way, in that light, the recommendations from the Buildings and Grounds Committee that I circulated last week, I got no feedback on, but it was late to put them on tonight's agenda, so that will be on next week's committee report, and some of that will be built into that. And you are right in terms of, if I look at where we are, what you've seen of the budget and what you're gonna see in this next little piece, it's higher than I would like. And I think the process of making cuts, the last couple of years, I've made a round of cuts, and then the board has primarily cut, but also added some things in, and you know, moved a little bit of money around on some areas as the process evolved. This year, it's going to be more of a collaborative, you know, here's what I'm thinking as what you're thinking. So instead of 2 rounds of conversations with budget managers, I think it's going to be done in one piece. And knowing that we didn't have those numbers at the start of this, I thought it was fair to the board, fair to me, and also fair to the budget managers for you to get the sense of the bigger picture and total number, and then start to work from that, as opposed to sometimes you go through and you cut too much at the start, and then people at the, there's differential treatment. So, for a variety of reasons, this budget is rolling out different.
I think we saw the bigger picture last week.
Yeah.
Is the phone system in GMS as antiquated as the one here at CHS?
Yeah, all three are built at the same time. The high school, the reason that we wanted to roll out the other two buildings first is the high school has the biggest, most integrated system now. So when they built the high school, they put in the same phone system at the other two buildings, but here they integrated it then with the PA system, with clocks. So it's a far more complex, and I think it would be far suit us better to replace those other two systems first and get that groundwork in.
So availability of parts is, availability of parts for those two systems, and it's impossible also.
Not impossible, but difficult.
They've cannibalized the way it was once explained to me,
Yeah.
and the bone is pretty thin. And even the parts that they're receiving now, not just the telephone system, but we have other security systems that we're doing the same, similar strategy, and even the parts that you're finding that come in used, there's no representation that they're gonna work.
Most of the phone system, actually one of the reasons we were down for such a long time is the first card that we got was in fact used, and it was dead on arrival.
Didn't work.
So the vendor spent, 3 or 4 hours figuring out that the reason things weren't coming back online in the way they expected it was a bad card.
So would it be worthwhile to replace, say, one of the schools and save the parts?
That was the
for-
plan, was
for 1 year?
to replace GMS and LMS and then keep those parts so that we could service the high school, because the high school has so many more phones and such a much larger system.
I just wonder if you could do one per year, as opposed to doing 2 in 1 year.
And what's the,
I would be really concerned at the end of that third year if you're just not gonna have a phone system at some point.
what's the installation process for each one of these systems? You need to pull cables to all the classrooms?
At GMS, when we ran cables into the classrooms, we ran enough anticipating this was going to happen sometime before the building was
So
closed.
that one will be a fairly easy.
So that would be a fairly easy. The middle school will not be as easy. In the high school, we really haven't looked at yet.
So is the, is that a summer job?
Absolutely.
Okay. And the high school, is the wires that you have in the high school presently that are being used, will they be sufficient, or do you need to rerun wires to all the various classrooms and back?
When they built this building, one thing that they did was run a fair amount of wire. I anticipate we'll be able to use some of it, but the existing phone wire we will not be able to reuse.
Is that so it's not a cable wire, it's a regular phone wire type?
What they did was they ran the most inexpensive wire for the phones they could.
Seeing a pattern.
That's what happens when you run out of money, building that track.
I have a question. I think it's more to, I don't remember the exact rollout of the one-to-one vision. Is this year, because I see all the prep in here, but no actual technology for students, is that the following year? Okay. Just the prep year to get everything up and running, maybe test it with a couple.
Next year, actually, I was looking at bring your own device policies today. We I aired a few months back, Mr. Burke asked the question, do we have a BYOD policy in place? And in fact, we do not.
Actually, it's not next year, it's 2 years.
Yeah, so it'd be next budget year, the year after.
Right, so it'll be 2 school years before they're bringing in their devices.
Seventh graders now, basically.
No, next
Yeah.
year you would be
Piloting
some bring your
some
own
freshman
device.
classes with bring your own
The
device.
following, a year from now, we would be
Next
sitting.
September,
What's that?
beginning next September?
Yes, a year from now, Dr. Cochran wanted to look at whether or not that we would be providing devices. Bringing student-owned devices would be next year.
So, at the speed of which these devices change. So you could have a freshman class that you give them device A, and by the time they're juniors, the next freshman class could be getting device B. Our systems, the backbone of our system, going to be adequate enough to change with the speed at which technology change? Are we going to find ourselves using antiquated tablets or whatever device we've decided to give the kids?
Right now, everything that we plan for is device, doesn't matter.
Okay.
So we haven't selected a platform or moved on a platform. We have obviously already in place systems to support a Microsoft platform. If we choose not to go with that, to go with like an iPad, there's going to be added cost down the road for those systems. But right now, everything in this budget and everything that we've done is device independent.
So the Samsung tablets that are out there and things like that, are they compatible to our existing system? Are they a Microsoft-driven system, or?
They would connect to our system, but we have no means of managing or controlling or provisioning those devices at this point.
So that's one of the big decisions down the road. Are these devices that are going to be used independently, or are there devices that we're going to push out an image the way we do wirelessly, the way we do now with the thin clients? There are advantages and disadvantages both ways, right? If it's something that we can image wirelessly, then if the student loses their entire profile, it should be backed up on the server, restart, kick it back out, everything's there and ready to go. If it's independent, then if you lose it, and you have to replace the.
Right.
And if it's independent and one of those lesser cost devices, you also look at, you lose all of the investment in the PC kind of backbone that we have now.
Well, I definitely believe that the cloud backup process, and I don't know if that's what you're looking at, or you're looking at backing up on a server, is definitely the process to use, just for the simple reason of lost or crashed or banged up devices that can no longer be used. You know, you are going to find it much easier to reinstate your stuff, you know, either from a server or from the cloud. If you know, the school can be the cloud if that's the decision. But I still believe that, you know, maybe less expensive to contract that process out. So
The system that we're trying to put in place and fund is not a Cadillac system, but I think Kyle has designed it to be robust enough to give us a pretty wide array of options and defer some of those questions down the line by a year or 2 years, and still not have to jack up the internal infrastructure. So we're trying to tread a line, knowing technology changes fast, as you said, but at the same point in time, knowing that you can't get into a purchase and say, oh, now we have to go back and upgrade the backbone, or now we have to go up and redouble the devices to get more access points. So we're trying to build that as we go in anticipation of the plan. And I think we're doing it in as fiscally conservative way as we can to also build a level of infrastructure that we think we'll need. Kyle, was that?
I mean, as I've already said, the things in this budget are the things that you're going to need to accomplish those goals, no matter what the end device is that you decide on.
Any other questions?
Good.
Yeah, that'll bring us on to buildings and grounds.
That's all for Mr. Hancock?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Don't look at the bottom number yet, John.
What?
Don't look at the bottom number yet.
I've already, I went through all of these. I could not open up the CHS one. just couldn't open it, because they just kept going. I kept going, this is crazy.
I attempted to provide you with a summary sheet of some of the changes, but I think I'll just go through page by page, and I will highlight, and I've asked Mr. Bennett, who's our coordinator of buildings and grounds, who definitely has put his footprint and handprint on some of the budget areas that you will find, and those of you that have been around for a while.
Those are usually the mistakes.
We'll see some of Matt's
Wish list?
continuing
We should just call
budget
this-
requirements.
Your reaction was not all that different.
What?
Your reaction was not all that different from mine.
We will start district-wide. District-wide has both building services and ground services. On page one, some of the highlights of some of the changes is you have $1,000, the equipment rental. And that change primarily is to continue with the process that we began this summer of clearing the swale and the brush away to give the better drainage over at GMS. So there is some additional money in there to rent a brush hog, which, coming from the Boston area, didn't know what a brush hog was a few years back, but I do now, and it's pretty slick what it does. So if we do not own one, we would need to rent one during that process.
So this is something that's ongoing, Frank, that you continue doing each year?
We're gonna
Swales.
continue to go, actually, it's we're getting ahead of the wave. If you saw what we accomplished here at CHS, and we did some work over at GMS as well. We need to catch up to where we need to be, and every year it's gonna be a constant preventative maintenance. And as you saw, some of the swale, we still need to clear some of the overgrowth in there, some of the leaves that have fallen. So it's gonna be a constant, and that's just not, again, for drainage off parking lot, that's a plays an intricate role in our ability to drain off of the roof of the schools as well. So that needs to be, that's something that, unfortunately, I think we kind of looked the other way for quite a while, and it doesn't take long for that to overgrow itself.
And you'll notice at Griffin, normally at this time, the play area is usually much more wet. You'll have like mucky areas, and because we cleaned it a lot, there's no water buildup along the swale. So
It's actually
It's
working.
definitely been quite a bit of improvement, knock on wood, so.
Yep.
We'll see what happens after tomorrow.
That'll be the first test, actually, since the
Ready.
summertime, but thanks
Anything,
for
right, yeah.
See if it's ready for Saturday's rec games, yeah?
I will anticipate some observation points from all of you tomorrow, Friday morning after the rainstorm. Line 521, which is our insurance and property liability, we actually plugged the figure in, anticipating some increase there, but that figure will be more specific and actually detailed once we receive the number from Primex, who was our sole insurer for property and liability insurance. I don't anticipate that. I think that's gonna be pretty close to what the actual rate will be. We usually get that sometime late in the calendar year. Travel, line 580 is increased 2,500. That is to accommodate School Dude, which is our facility management software program, which each year we find that we have increasing value to that. They offer an annual conference for those individuals that are basically managing the software for the district. They call it School Dude University. I had the pleasure of accompanying Mr. To my right. I called him Mr. School Dude while he was down there because everybody that went by him knew Matt. Matt actually was a presenter down there last year, and probably of all the workshops that I attended, that was the most attended by the group. Matt did a great job, and he is really at the forefront of getting School Dude. Are we utilizing it the best we can? Not, but going to these workshops, it's a lot of hands-on. They actually have the people there that know it best through School Dude, and it's money well spent for the district to get.
Is this for both of you?
This would be just for Matt.
Okay.
Yeah.
John, normally I haven't charged for a rental car, but financially just can't afford to foot the bill for me, so that was added on there as well.
Yeah, that's for one individual.
It's an awful daggone expensive rental car, man, at $2,500. I can tell you that, I think they're a lot cheaper than that, but I don't know if you're driving there in Rolls Royce style.
It's lodging, rental, and
Right,
flight.
it isn't all, yeah, it isn't all
I can-
rental, but that's like part of the increase, so. No, no.
Matt learned a lesson.
And actually, last year I was able to defer some of the cost because I was speaking, so assume if I can speak, I'll defer more of the cost and hopefully they'll
Fund
pick
that
it
whole
up.
thing for you, man.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get them to do, John. I'm tired of paying for it.
Page 2, if there are any questions further. Again, I'm just going to hit the high points, if you will. Page 2 has overtime. We've increased, I've asked all three schools to increase their overtime, given this past winter. Overtime primarily is spent on the custodial staff for response and emergency management, specifically snowstorms. We had one heck of a winter this past, to a point where we became a little concerned that we weren't going to be able to keep up with. We do have to call the custodial staff in. Basically, a second shift gets called in early if there's a nighttime snowstorm to come in and start shoveling, so that we're able and have the ability to open up the schools. The custodial staff lives by that overtime. Without it, we couldn't manage the clearing of the schools that are required by just hands-on shoveling. There's no plow, there's no, it's a lot of snow blowing and hand shoveling to clear the walkways and the entryways and the fire exits as well. Snow plowing, that's actually a push, if you will. If you recall, last year I moved instead of each individual school having their own snow plowing budget, I moved it all up into one district-wide line item, the 422. So we actually spent, as you see on the sheet, this past year, $40,171. So that basically is just adding approximately $300 to the overall snow plowing budget. And again, that snow plowing budget goes to not only the contract to plow, but we also purchase our sand and salt mix from the town, as well as there are occasions that we have to have some work done, heavy snow, and it piles up. We have to bring in a big front-end loader to kind of move those piles, which is over and above what would be in the specifications of the contract.
Is that going out to bid again?
It is.
Okay, because I know last year we went with the cheapest guy, and I'm obviously not a professional, but just visually, parking at GMS, it was poorer last year than in years prior.
It's going
Like,
to
it
be
seems
out.
like they were pushing it as far away, like the parking lot was slowly, was kind of like doing one of these. Maybe it was the amount of snow we had and stuff, but
It was.
just last year it seemed like,
There's a few. New contractor
Yeah.
has to get to know
It's-
the lot a
yeah, it
little
seemed like
bit.
it was.
There's definitely gonna be some changes with it, parking as well,
Okay.
too, so.
Frank, I'm sorry, but where does it show the snow plowing is just a push?
You would have to go and look at each individual, like when we go through the other, I'll point them out to the 422.
Okay.
Count 422, when you go look at CHS,
So you'll see-
GMS,
you'll see
and
the
LMS would
negative.
be $1.
The push
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
that he spent, his budget was 29, but he spent 40,000 on it last year.
Right.
So spent 40.
So the push is, it went up $10,000, but the push is, it matches what he
That
spent
matches
the
what we spent
previous
last year.
Yeah.
Correct. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
That was well done.
That was easy.
That's why I
That
sit
was
on
a
this.
nice way.
That's
you
why I
tried to-
sit on this
I know
side.
you're trying to sell that as a push, but it really is a $10,000
Well,
increase.
no, but my
so,
monthly financial reports, I was clear, indicating to you folks we were far going to exceed our budget for.
That's a BA, that's BA language
Things
for
last
push.
Yeah. Thank you,
Can't think of
BA.
this one right now.
BA, I appreciate it. The other major, and again, this is Mr. Bennett, handprint on 734, equipment additional, always looking for that never-ending top dresser.
Yeah.
And sander is something that I actually supported. We have at the three schools, we have these little Scott hand sanders that you see sold at Home Depot, that the custodians have to go out and they basically load the sand and salt mixture, and they have to put sand around, spread it around the sidewalks and the emergency entrances and exits. This would actually be a sander that we could put onto the back of the pickup truck and actually move around to all three districts and spread additional sand, because you can imagine with the contract and the trucks coming in to plow, they can't get into some of the areas that are in close proximity to the school. So we're right now hand sanding it, if you will, whereas we could have a pickup truck just run around with sand picking it up.
It's heavy duty, it's lightweight, it's durable, the longevity on it is, it's unbelievable. We can store it at the highway department, and the good thing is, by us purchasing that, we can reduce the sand and salt costs that were astronomical last year within the contract because we were doing over sanding and salting, where we can take over some of that and say, all right, we'll do that,
And move it away from the
yeah,
contract.
and hope to reduce some of the money
Yep.
spent on that.
Line 738,
Just go
Yeah,
back.
this is my,
That also is Matt's.
I wasn't gonna
how
go
did you know
there.
that, John?
We have a Gator, again, coming from the Boston area, I said a Gator, and a Gator is, to me, a modified golf cart, but it is used by the grounds folks to move equipment around to, if they're needing some, to take some equipment out to parts of the field here at CHS. It is multi-purposed. The grounds department uses it, and as Matt places in his narrative, it's also used by the CHS, the athletic department, the trainer, and the administration to kind of move themselves and other things around. So we came up with this idea that we would place in the budget the need, the vehicle is tired, I guess would be a nice explanation of its current condition. It needs to be replaced, and again, as you see, we're looking maybe to add some extra capacity to that vehicle to have our ability to put a push plow attachment on it, and we would gladly donate, because we don't feel there's much residual value to the current Gator, to the athletic department for their sole use. And a Kubota tractor to replace the current tractor.
Yeah, Kubota's actually, I think, 15 years old, so there is a trade-in value. We're not 100% sure as to what we get until they actually go through it.
What do you do with the Kubota tractor?
Drive around.
Drive it.
I mean, you know, there's
Actually, they don't
farmers
usually let
out
me
there
drive
who
it,
use a
you know.
tractor for 100 years. I don't understand how our Kubota tractor can be so worn out. What do we do that wears out a Kubota
We have
tractor?
we use the 70-inch mow deck on it. We move mulch, we move stone, we move, we move snow with it. We use it on the ball fields when we're tilling it. We use
1,000 hours in a year?
Oh, yeah. Aerate. We use the aerators that we have, the slice seeder, the spread seeder, the box blade, for the most part. Most of our heavy equipment, anything PTO attachment is all run by the Kubota. So we do use it quite a bit.
Okay, so, not to be.
I definitely wouldn't want to lose it, I mean, so if we did
No,
replace it.
I understand
yeah.
that, but in a year, if you used it every day for 8 hours, that would be 1,400 hours. That's a school year,
Mhm.
okay? I know, we probably are pretty convinced that that doesn't occur.
No.
It'll be more than
So-
school year, though. They don't just work the school year, they work.
Well, I
the whole
understand
year.
that, but still, in the.
Doesn't work
in the-
8 hours
in
a
the
day
su-
either.
Well,
you know,
we have no winter time either, so that's like kind of reduce it there, so.
Well, you get to use it in the winter because
But,
you're mainly
yeah.
moving, so.
260 workdays, 5 hours.
This thing
We
should
have to
have,
get it
this
up to
thing should have a
1,000.
lot more life in it.
Right.
I mean, I understand because Matt's told us all the times that we're doing maintenance and repairs on these things. I mean, I guess my question is, are we at risk that it will stop working tomorrow?
No.
Transmission's good, engine's good, we're keeping those and maintaining those things in regular?
Transmission is very good, the engine is tired, hydraulic.
What does that mean,
Tired.
We've had some issues with it. We've
Okay.
repaired several portions of it, numerous times.
Well, when you say belts, spark plugs, parts of the main engine,
Fuel lines, hydraulic pump on.
so basic wear and tear devices.
But you have, right, you already have
the-
$1,200 budgeted for repairs. Is there an hours meter on that? For usage?
That works? No,
It works. So we don't know how many hours are on it.
no.
Fix that.
Yeah.
That would give, I mean, I just think,
Right.
again, I understand the idea behind it, Matt,
Right.
but, you know, this tractor, the Kubota, and John Deere, those are things that are built to last a very long time. They have very good engines, very good transmissions. I don't believe the wear and tear that we're putting on them is anything out of the extraordinary
Right.
that would make their life expectancy be less than 20 years. You know,
I honestly don't know the life expectancy on it, John. The Kubota tractor, the biggest issues on that right now are the fuel and the hydro lines we're having issues with, that we, wear and tear, and the rear axle, which I guess is a standard problem, apparently, is starting to bend in, which, from what I'm being told, is just not to worry about. It's an everyday occurrence. It'll happen over the course of time, so look to replace.
So what,
So I'm a little nervous.
to fix, let's say,
Right, instead of
let's say it was
purchasing-
$5,000 to fix all the issues that were on it. And that would pretty much bring it back to, I mean, the only, if your transmission's
Definitely go
good,
that way, yeah.
I mean, that's what I would tell you to do.
Yep.
I mean, because the main parts of that thing are not going to go away. I mean, the engine doesn't have a heavy life on it. The transmission probably doesn't have a heavy life on it. So if you're having hydraulic issues, which, you know, those are normal wear and tear type devices, I think you'd be better off putting in your budget a repair of the device than a new device.
So
Because
I could get, I'll get an estimated, on what it would cost over the course of several years to repair it and.
Because this would be something I would tell you to put on a warrant article.
Yep.
So you'll know
Those
I
line,
kinda figured you'd go that way anyhow, John. I
page
just
2,
wanted to put
line
it in there.
430, the repairs to the Kubota over there.
1,200. And if that's not enough, 1,200, then just fix that line, I think.
And why wouldn't you just buy a golf cart instead of another Gator?
Because the golf cart cannot do what we need it to do. Again, the
You
Gator,
need
No,
the
it-
back part of
Or you
it.
can get a back part on a golf cart.
it's,
The extra seat that like lays down. I'm just saying for some use. I mean, because that thing is, half the time that I see it, it's just like going like from one end of the football field to the other end of the football field. You're just like cruising around the thing.
yeah, but that's
I
not, but
realize
that's not
you-
us though, Brian. We're the one,
No,
we use it
I
on
know.
ball fields.
That's what I'm
working,
saying,
so.
instead of letting the athletic department use it, just like buzz around and put all kinds of time on it,
Get them a golf cart.
get them a golf cart.
Right, but still, there's a lot of wear and tear on it that, again, we could either put it into
Red and
equipment
black.
repair and
Right.
hope we get it back up to where it is. Yeah, I mean, one way or the other, it's just, these are needs that, whether it's this
You can-
year
you get a
or
golf
next
cart for
year.
a couple
year,
$1,000.
Right. We'll have to look into
Yeah,
doing it one way or the other.
bringing their clubs to work.
Golf balls.
Going down the
You're
golf
always-
course,
you're always thinking, John.
playing 9 holes.
Page 3, moving on, is 890 is 3,500, which is an increase of 3,500. We had, as you heard and have seen, great success in utilizing the workforce from the Hillsborough County Department of Corrections, and we're looking to continue with that, not only in grounds work as they completed in the 2 locations this year, but continuing with the process of the grounds work as well as doing some, they did some interior painting this past summer at LMS in the cafeteria. We had a rain delay, if you will, in their progress to work with swales, so they came in-house and spent the day and painted the entire cafeteria in LMS and did a great job. Actually, kind of made some suggestions on how to paint one area a little darker than the other to offset the brightness in there, and they did a great job. And we would like to continue to utilize them to supplement our normal summer crew.
They did a great job a couple of years ago at GMS.
Elaine used them
Yeah.
immensely to repaint the whole school there in a year.
They're,
Every,
yeah, they're difficult.
so they brought the program back, I take it. That was one of the
Yeah,
programs
it's
they
definitely
threatened
been a battle. It's, and the good thing about it is it's well supervised. They don't mess around. They come in, show up, they do the work. It's not they're not goofing off, and if they are, they're not gonna be back the next day.
We
and
didn't have
get
any
a
issues,
tremendous
so-
amount of work done.
So the overall grounds services, the overall GMS, I'm sorry, district-wide is 213,164, an increase of approximately $70,000.
Well, we're gonna lose 50 of it right there on those two. So it's not that bad, really.
Flat,
Right.
flat, Frank.
Flat again.
Like I said, this is WISH. GMS.
GMS.
Custodial services, again, you're gonna see an uptick in the overtime, $900 there. We also put in, under line 734, equipment additional for 2 HEPA vacuums that need to be replaced. They have far exceeded, if you've seen any of the equipment that the custodial staff is using at GMS, there is definitely some need to upgrade some of the equipment and replace it with more functional equipment. The other big area, moving down that page, 430, repair and maintenance, I will go through some of those areas with you. It's important, again, to understand that we tried to, in this line, you will find that general repairs and maintenance, for the most part, is the same as the previous year. The factor that we put onto the budget as to the approximate square foot that we're cleaning, that's approximately the same number. The changes in this line that will accommodate the $16,000 increase are described below. You'll see some areas, and one of the biggest areas that we're looking to do it at GMS is to abate the current asbestos tile in the cafeteria and retile the entire cafeteria. There has been some patches down at GMS over the years that some have taken, some have not, but the area really needs a full abatement of the asbestos and to retile that entire cafeteria. There's $11,600 ticket item for the guidance room, a secondary door of egress there. On page 2, again, just hitting the larger items. The main entrance girls' bathroom, I guess for a number of years, this has been on the budget in an attempt to replace the partitions that are in tough shape. $8,700 there, $10,000 for the continuance of a 3-year plan, replacing the bay windows at GMS. And there's also the exterior door replacement. It's in the hallway near the 30s building. That needs to be replaced as well. So there's a ticket item of $9,800 there.
Where's that door? Exterior replacement. Is that the door that actually goes outside?
Outside, yes.
Double doors.
Okay.
Yeah, the double door.
So when we walked in this way and turned here, it was those set of doors right there?
Correct. Yep. Yep, those doors are in tough shape. Painting, actually, I think that might be a double area. We put painting by the Hillsborough group again. This is probably a double.
I don't know, that might have been, I think Dave was planning on getting them there.
They appear quite often. We have to kind of take a look at that and make sure that we're not exceeding that. GMS Building Services, again, is an overall increase of approximately $16,000. The majority of it is attributed to those areas that we just described, that the building does need some repairs and maintenance that have been overlooked.
Everything looks good on utilities, and
Yep.
prices are looking good for us, based on oil and gas.
If you've seen the trend that we're, the district does subscribe to a service, and the trend is that propane, oil will be slightly down next year, and electricity is flat, if not a little bit higher next year. But if you recall, we put that out to bid for this year. We did a 4-month bid, and we got a below market price on that. I'm thinking that we're going to be okay with electricity as well. Yeah. Who knows though? If I'm dead on, I'll see you with the genie ball the year after. But we think we have some good information on that. Moving on to page 3, GMS Ground Services. There is halfway down a $3,300 increase in the supply for GMS Grounds. Some of that cost is in kid cushion that Matt and his crew and Dave Ross do a great job. And as you recall, we had an incident, a student injury there, probably about a year and a half ago, and we have some pretty strict guidelines from Primex on how to maintain that playground area with kid cushion. It's basically, just as it sounds, it's a cushiony, for lack of a,
Well,
like
it's a lightweight mulch. It's
Right.
actually holds air pockets.
so it's cushiony, it's almost spongy. But
Yeah,
we
and
have to, Matt and his crew have to maintain an 8-inch depth on that.
10-inch in the high fall area, 6-inch throughout.
Yeah, so
And
it's-
you'll notice the line below it, there's a rotary tiller added on where we go through and we'll use the Kubota tractor tiller and run in and out, but on a multi-ton time during the week basis, we try and go out there with a smaller tiller that Dave Ross has actually repaired by hand. It's from 1930-something.
He picked it up at a yard sale.
Yeah.
And replaced it by hand.
So far, it's not too bad, but they go through and they do the high-traffic areas to keep the compaction rate down, thus causing less falls.
The GMS ground service total, the overall budget they are being requested is an increase of $1,748. GMS non-instructional equipment, repairs and maintenance up $4,500. It continued on to page 4. It gives you kind of a breakdown of parts and repairs, emergency repairs for heating, ventilation, and safety system repairs. Again, this is well below the metric that we should be placing in the budget, especially where we're not maintaining a real active preventative maintenance. If you recall at GMS, we had an issue with the boiler last year with the heat strip in the front of the boiler went, and we had some issues with that. So those are unanticipated, so we try to maintain a little extra cushion there for unanticipated events that may happen to some of the aging equipment that's located in that building.
So the annual maintenance agreement that you have there, that's 18, does that mean they're coming in and maintaining, so there's no additional cost there?
Yes, there is. Yep.
There is?
Oh, yeah.
Parts, labor, what's the additional cost?
Parts and labor.
So what does the 18,000 get us?
That gets you a contract and anticipated parts and labor. That's for everything that we're
So
anticipating.
do we pay that to them whether we use them or not?
No, that includes both, the annual maintenance agreement and service. So
Okay.
if they come in and they find there's a motor, their bearing's gone, and they need to replace the bearing, that would be part of the $18,000. So the contract usually comes in around, I think it's 12,000. We're putting that out to bid as well next year. We're looking, right now, we have the HVAC contract with a major carrier, and we're looking potentially to put that out to bid and see if there's some local HVAC vendors that can service the needs of the district and do some cost savings there as well. And then inspections, underground oil tank inspection, $1,000 there.
Is that an every other year thing?
I believe that's every other year. Matt, do you know?
Fire safety, yeah.
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 And that's a requirement, that's a
Yeah.
state requirement on that one. So again, the non-instructional equipment, that's looking for a $9,300 increase on that. GMS emergency management is pretty much follow similar in all three locations. The emergency management, that's things like our emergency bags that we use for fire evac, and other the batteries and the charges for the to make sure everything's working properly. So that, again, that's a pretty consistent budget through the year. And there's a $20 increase overall in emergency management for GMS. Site improvements. It is in the site improvement budget for GMS to blacktop the playground area for approximately a total of $47,380.
Is that a complete replacement, like they ripped it up and put a new one in, or?
Yeah.
Is that gonna affect the fence we just put in?
Work around it. Again, the likelihood that will pass through to you folks is,
What's the, I mean, I know it's old,
Article.
it's cracked, it's got
yeah.
ebbs and
It's got
flows in
bumps,
it.
it's got
Is that just the
freeze,
kind
it got
of?
freeze
There's grass
pull-ups, but
growing through it. There's
Yeah.
been numerous repairs,
Yeah.
but that hasn't
Yeah,
prevented the
they
grass
haven't.
from growing through, and it's
Yeah.
really,
We've had a lot of trips and falls, kids, and, you know.
I was just gonna say, that would be a tripping hazard. You've
Yeah.
got
Yeah.
tons of
And-
kids running
And
along
that's
that
actually the
every
bigger
day.
issue, is that your kids are running there every day, even at night, and then obviously in the weekends, it just, we don't want anybody getting hurt. And-
I would definitely recommend that it be placed on
Yeah.
a warrant,
It won't.
on the list for potential
So-
warrant.
And we can work around the fence, we did kind of mention that.
Yeah, we can work, we
So
can work.
the dips and the doodles in that parking lot and stuff, is that caused by during the daytime, it's a kids' play area, and in the afternoon and the night times, it's an adult parking lot?
No,
So-
it's just general, well, maybe the dips, not the doodles, no.
Okay, so I mean, the question I have is if that's redone, is that gonna be redone to the specifications of more of a mall parking lot
Yes.
than a kid's playground.
Yes.
And if it's done that way, does it become that much harder when kids fall on it than a compacted, parking lot? Because, I mean, that's,
No.
I mean, it's asphalt, but I mean, some can, it seems, maybe a little softer than
Well,
others.
it's the original surface.
In the summer when it
And-
warms up.
Right, and when it was put in, it was put in an inch and a half lower than the standard would be for a parking lot. So, I mean, asphalt's asphalt, whether it's a playground area or parking lot, it's still gonna hurt. So this should be a much more durable surface. There were also seams that were in the original parking lot, that is there, that have created the dips and the doodles, as you wanna put it.
Right.
Where we've had to do constant crack sealing on. So that'll be reduced because they'll use a larger machine in order to, I think they call it planing the entire surface.
And what's the, is there any water issues underneath that parking lot?
I don't,
No?
I hope not.
I don't know how we know.
That's usually a relatively dry area. I mean, we have the swale
Yeah.
near it, and that's draining well, so, you know,
We can have somebody check it.
I hope
but-
not. Yeah.
Okay.
Does that have to be used as a parking lot?
Yes.
Can that be?
Yeah, oh, yeah. I mean, any larger event, you have no choice. It just, yeah.
I mean, we talked about putting parking on, that right outside our fence on 3A.
Oh, where the grass, where
Remember
everyone
that
parks
grass area
anywhere.
was?
Yeah.
Save the money on tar.
And,
It's still not enough. though.
the only other thing to do would be to take part of the, that,
Towards
where
the
they
square.
play the soccer.
The grass area, yeah.
The grassy area where they play their kickball tournament, where the soccer board is in, you could take some area there and make parking lot, but that then forces kids at school that if they're playing in grass or whatever, over the bridge. And I don't know if over the bridge is,
And you might have some water issues there, too.
so that, that becomes
You
the,
also lose a soccer field.
Right, yeah.
So-
No.
So, one of the things that I think was brought up last year was a site survey to look into putting a field in LMS. And I'm just curious, I mean, if it's worth looking at again this year, especially with, number one, the increase in cost of busing. But I guess what I'm seeing is just the fact that we're bringing so many kids, we're busing them all up here to play, rather than playing at their own school, number one. And every single time I think you put a person on a bus, I mean, bus or car, I guess, same thing. I mean, you're still putting them in jeopardy. But I mean, they also, my understanding, they walk up here sometimes or run up here, right?
They do.
And you'll see there's mention of it in there where there's some clearing out and start to develop it. Just this upcoming week, we have playoffs for the middle school soccer, and one of the games that the state says that this is when it's supposed to be falls on the same day that we have a varsity and junior varsity game. So the issue is that Friday I have to set up paint for football on the Saturday day, the varsity field, the junior varsity, and now they want me to, which is also homecoming, so we have to do the homecoming for the painting on the field for the kids. Then they also, we need to fit another game in here or put a Dare Pond, which means I have to go and reline the entire field from scratch because we don't use it all the time. So developing the middle school field would be a benefit, not only for the reduction in the usage of the high school, but also maintaining an area where the kids can stay in one area. And by having a larger field there, you can add in possibly the lacrosse for both schools, if we're having an issue finding a place for. There's room over there for a baseball and a softball field, so they wouldn't have to walk down to Griffin and use those fields. So there's definitely a lot of possibility. I mean, looking into it, yeah, I would recommend it.
And then I heard that the area is too small for soccer, is that correct?
No, because what you would do is you would clear all of those trees in front, and you would move the field and make it wide enough, and we would only have to go another 10 yards to be more than long enough in order to have space behind each goal. So it's just a matter of redoing that field and developing it correctly, and it's very usable. We've already looked in it, we've measured it, there's plenty of room, we wouldn't impact any parking.
And just see in the long run that it would pay for itself, eventually. I mean, as far as cost of busing and everything else. Plus,
Yeah.
I think there's something about having the students play on their own field, rather than having to move constantly.
Right.
And
I think you'd get support for a field day.
It's a, you know, it's a large upfront cost.
For both the athletic director at
Page 4.
CHS and the athletic directors at
6,500 for site
LMS.
development.
Yep.
For all good reasons.
That's for that?
There's a cost value there as well.
Matt, is that on page 4? The $6,500 for the site development?
Yes.
So that's,
That'd be LMS though, right?
That's,
It's
right,
at
that-
LMS.
that's elements.
yeah, that's just the start of, that's just us, and obviously using the prisoners and.
That would be some
Work with us. and the highway
extension of the
department,
clearing
clearing
area, some stumping.
Getting it, so it'll look like.
Start to,
Yeah, it'll look more like the practice field years ago over here with not a lot of grass, but a start. Then, then we look into adding irrigation,
that's,
so
that'll
there's-
include kind of borrowing equipment, Jack in the town pitching a little bit, and Kevin.
We've already talked about we could.
It's a really good
project, yeah.
relationship there to get stuff done over time.
Right.
I think getting a feel there would be fantastic.
Where does this go? Is it going when you pull in behind the portables?
Yeah, you see like the tree line, all the trees would disappear.
Okay.
And then the only thing out there is the septic tank, and the sewage meter, so we just.
Behind the portal was looking from the school area over into that. Yep.
Yeah, schools here, portables.
Behind, yeah.
So a straight line, it's a sight line from the school.
Derek, I think you ran out of film.
LMS, page 1.
We're gonna get blamed for it somehow.
Huh?
We'll get blamed for it.
That's been off for a while.
Yeah.
Oh, has it?
Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna check and see.
Who's in there? Oh,
I don't know.
Students?
In there.
no, there's a student in there.
There's somebody in the-
It's been off for probably a good hour.
Do you want me to let him know?
Yeah?
No, it's live though. I just
Is it
got text,
live?
I got texting we're live.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Do you want me to let him know?
Can you see us?
Screen is off?
Moving on to
Yes.
LMS, page 1, custodial services, hitting the high point, $6,000 on line 734. That is for equipment replacement. We have found that a fair amount of the equipment located, the custodial equipment located at LMS was in tough shape, for lack of a better term. This is getting more difficult here. Jeez. Walk-behind floor scrubber absolutely needs to be replaced, and that's
Yeah.
the $6,000 there. Repairs and maintenance, the bottom of that page at line 430 under building services, again, I'll go through as a substantial increase there. The general repairs amount of the $22,902 is pretty much the same. But again, you'll see there are some initiatives here that are critical to the repair and maintenance of the building at LMS, and you heard this, some of the issues that we were dealing with. This is a continuation, if you will, in some of the areas. 3 classrooms of carpet replacement, that would be taking carpet out of the classrooms and replacing it with tile. That's part of the 3-year plan that was put forth to the board 2 years ago, I believe. You'll see here, there's a common thread. We have a fair number of exterior doors located at LMS that are rotted. The steel is rotted, the frames are rotted out, the doors are rotted out, and they absolutely need to be replaced in some of the different locations. The first one here on page 1 is the gym door, towards the far end of the gym leading outside. That door is, I don't know how it's still holding up, to be honest with you.
So is this just
Electrical tape.
electrical tape? Is this just they weren't being maintained, or someone wasn't noticing that water was somehow getting in there, or?
Sand and salt damage over the years, once the start of the Ross water got in, and yes, they weren't.
And once Dave got in there and started kind of taking over, he started to
Yeah,
notice these
they
things?
weren't maintained, there would have been cheaper fixes for them.
We
over
had
the
a
years.
similar situation on the rear door here at CHS, near the gym, where it was rusting out at the bottom, and it was found early enough and repaired early enough where you can actually cut out that frame, and if you look at it, you wouldn't even know that there was an issue. Here, however, it's been over the years where that rust started, it just continued on to manifest to a point where it's not even repairable. It's not cost effective to just repair it now. It needs to be replaced.
Quite honestly, I was surprised, Frank, that all the rot seemed to be coming from the ground up. It's almost as though the drainage away from the door area wasn't done well when the building was built. So the bottom, the aluminum frame of the door is sitting in water.
Right.
When you have serious rain or you have.
That doesn't help when the
instead of having
concrete's
it
higher than that.
slope-
Well, at the middle school, a lot of the non-important doors, the main used doors, just outside storage doors, they weren't always cleared, so the snow would just build up, and you had ice and snow and ice and snow. And then the way to get through the ice and snow was to throw a ton of salt on it, and there you go, it just adds more to it, so, you know.
Salt and metal, salt and metal.
Yep.
This is round 2 of the previous conversation.
Right. Again, on page 2, you'll see just the continuation of the theme of exterior doors that need to be replaced midway down to 4980. That is double door. Then there's a portable classroom, the decks, and we did this past summer hate to use the term Band-Aid approach because they did a great job of taking some of the splintering boards, and we had exposed nails there, but that wood is extremely weathered, and we're looking at doing similar that we did with portables at GMS with that new state-of-the-art. What is it? Tyvek. Really did a great job cleaning that up, and it's much safer for kiddos to be walking up and down than it is the current wood we have there. Boys locker room floor replacement. We did a quick fix in there over the summer. The floor was actually peeling up, cracking around the shower area. We have to take another kind of look at that to see what the utilization of the boys locker room shower is and see if it's cost effective for us to go and spend. It looks great. The repair that we had done this summer really did a nice job. So we're going to have to take another look before we make the determination as to whether or not to keep that in this budget. The boys' locker room door, if you're going from the locker room to the gymnasium, into the gym, that door is, I'm not even sure they're using it right now because it needs to be repaired, needs to be taken out and repaired. The ceiling in the gym, we had some issues with that over this past summer too, of the drywall. If you enter into the gym, to the left-hand side, you have a suspended ceiling there, and some of the drywall some of that area needs to be replaced and kind of rehung a little bit and resecured. That sits over the bleacher area to the left-hand side there. We had, again, a lot of these are outcomes, if you will, of what we did there this past summer. Heating pipes from boiler to classrooms and ceilings are leaking. What happened, the way it was explained to me, is over the years, if you drain those pipes and if you had work done in the pipes and then you do not replace basically the antifreeze, if you would put regular water in that heating system, you get a contrast of those pipes depending on the season. So it creates leaks, is basically what it's done. And what we're going to need to do once we fire up the boilers there, this past summer, as you recall, we replaced a lot of ceiling tiles there. They weren't necessarily from leaks from the roof. They were leaks from these heating pipes that are going out the inside of those suspended ceilings. So once we crank up the heating, the boilers, and get into the heating season, they will actually be marking those pipes that are leaking so that we're able to go in then and replace those and keep them away from the newly replaced ceiling tiles. So there's a lot of leaks there. We need to identify them once that heating system gets cranked up. Locker repairs, we had some issues with lockers there that we couldn't utilize them for student use, so we had to do some quick fix on lockers to make sure we had enough lockers. There's still some that are in need of repair there as well. This will be the test on Friday morning as well. We have gone, I believe the last count was we made 11, our staff made 11 repairs to the roof at LMS. And as of today, they have successfully held. We will find out again Friday morning with 2 to 3 inches of rain and how well we're doing there. And there are some sprinkler repairs that, and again, a lot of what you see here and the cost of these is definitely an outcome of some of the issues that were uncovered over this past summer when we get in there. Some of the other increased areas, supplies. again, we're going to need, you see the spending trend there, and we're asking for an additional approximately $1,000 there. Again, we need to continue on replacing ceiling tiles. We replaced, I believe, 120 ceiling tiles there over the past summer, and that was a small dent. We still have the other wing to do, and then we'll look at some classrooms as well to make some ceiling change tiles in there. Electric, utilities, some changes there. Page 3, again, just hitting. We're actually anticipating a little bit of a spike in the fuel oil there. As you can see, again, we had, it's difficult to look at trends there because you're looking at usage, and we did a purchase prior to the end of the year to replenish the tanks to full capacity.
So what is I mean, you're changing your price, and that's fine, but you said prices are stable, so are you anticipating this 20,000 gallons a higher usage?
We're actually, is it a higher usage? Yes.
And what has our usage been in the last few years?
It depends. You're looking at 18, you can look at 16. We did, I'm looking at 20 for budgetary reasons, but I think we did almost close to 21,000 there this past year. But again, is it heating season usage or is it budgetary usage? Because
well, I'm asking you because we should be able, I mean, I'm not saying that we should use 12, 13, 14 as I said, but it would give us an idea. I mean, if you have 20,000 as your number, but you're averaging 18, okay, 20,000.
You're averaging 18 there. I mean 20. You're averaging 20,000 gallons there.
So typically, Frank, if I recall from last year, it was a 3, and this was the conversation that I got into with the board chair, budget committee board chair. 3-year average for amount times the current dollar value is what we typically do.
Right.
Is that not correct, Frank?
Well, it is, but again, I'm projecting a little bit lower per gallon price there, so it is a bit of a trade-off there. If I were to do that, it is going to average around the 20,000, and the current price is around $3.17, I believe, is our current contract price.
Well, I mean, your budget for 2014 was 50,000. You spent 76,000. So, so in that sense, you spent $26,000 more.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think that we need to be able to see that in
Well, part of that increase.
In usage.
Part of
not
that-
as much as the price.
Last year, they paid a higher price
A
too
good-
for the oil.
Yes, I was just gonna say, a good chunk of that was our terminating the contract with the first vendor and having to go to a second vendor, and you actually had a price increase, I wanna say, of around, memory serves me, around 12 cents a gallon more.
And then you
So-
said you top off the tanks also at the end.
And then if we have the need, and it's looking like we have the ability to do that, we'll top off the tanks prior to the end of the fiscal year, correct? Yeah. Yeah. Furniture replacement, line 737. These are areas that we receive input, obviously, from the building principals relative to some of the areas that they may need. And
I don't mean to be difficult, Mr. BA.
as long as
But
you
I'm
keep
going
calling
to
me
be.
BA and not B other.
So fuel oil on
Are
GMS,
we back to fuel oil?
we are, because you have 23,000 gallons at GMS at $70,000 at the same price
Right,
that you have 20,000 gallons.
your point? I'm,
Okay.
no, I,
I'll let you do some work on it. I'm not, no, I'll let you work on it. I let it go.
Sure.
Yep.
I
I
will do
won't
some-
bring it up at CHS,
I will
I
do some
promise.
work on that. If in fact we want to revert back to the model of last year, as the superintendent explained, we can go to a 3-year average, taking this current year price.
I'm not saying you, I just want to be able to see something made it jump $26,000, and I understand that we had a 10 or 15 cent change in price when we had the oil company sort of implode on us, and so I'm okay with that, but it's just, that would, even if you carried that across the price in the amount of oil that you use in that period of time, I don't know if it makes a $26,000 usage, so jump. So we need to see how big a jump in usage you had, or the difference in price was, one or the two caused that $26,000. And I just would like to.
Are you saying
to
that
know why.
60,000 is too low, you think?
I don't know, I'm just comparing to the fact that he used $76,000 last year. That, and every other year was around 50,000. So something occurred last year that either usage went up, or the price went up, or.
Well, I mean, we had, again, the.
Cold weather too.
The
Or
price,
both.
the price went up because of the vendor change, and we also had to have the company come out and reprime the boilers and run the entire system, so there was labor involved.
Yeah, but that's not in that line. That line item is all.
You had price increase, frequency, and you had a higher requirement of heat due to the temperature variation. We were well below seasonal temperatures last year. I mean, you had sub-zero.
I stopped. I told you I would stop.
No, you brought it back to GMS.
GMS jumped too. Why?
You did go back to GMS.
GMS jumped 30,000.
Now you made me lose my spot here, Mr. York.
Furniture replacement.
Furniture replacement, the school is looking to replace science lab tables, health tables, and chairs associated with those for approximately $9,700. Again, I haven't seen them myself, but my understanding is they're in need of being replaced. Equipment replacement, line 738, for an increase of $34.50. Benches on both the softball and the baseball fields.
No benches at the smaller Little League softball field at all. We usually get them from here, bring them over, but it's a hassle because we still need them here. And the ones at the larger field are starting to rot and bend in different directions, depending on which one you're looking at.
Are you talking about the softball field? Is that the back, is that the field that's across the bridge for?
Yeah, the Little League / softball field, yeah.
I thought they sort of maintained that field. No?
They do their own lining, and they do some infield stuff. They cut if they can, but, you know, I mean, the rec department's spread thin as it is.
Right.
It's not fair to them to ask them, so.
Moving down on page 3, 2630 ground services for LMS, here's an example of the snow plowing. Again, you'll see that line item now for the individual schools is $1.
Which is why district-wide is high.
Page 4, 2630 grounds, site development, $6,499. Again, that is to clear, as we referenced for the field at LMS, this is to begin the site, some of the site work that would be required for us to begin development of a athletic field at LMS. Again, to clear the trees and stumps, and also to fertilize and get it ready for use for the middle school. And again, as we mentioned, the superintendent and Matt both mentioned, we had great collaboration with the road agent here in town and his staff to do the work that we did along with the Department of Corrections here at CHS and GMS, and I'm assuming that Matt would solicit that same assistance from them. Supplies is up a little bit, again, looking at utilization of things that we would need to do with the stone and the mulch and the fertilizer and the seed and painting. We're getting a lot of activity in our fields, both at LMS and at CHS. You can tell this is, when we talk about sheds, the anticipation of that living on past tonight is probably not good, given the fact of the discussion we've had with GMS and some utilization of storage there, and us really needing to get, as a district, our act together a little bit, if you will, of what is actually being stored out there. So I would just briefly go through that. We are looking to replace some storage sheds and replace one that's rotting out. Line 738, however, does have a storage shed, which is 2,000 in there, Matt, but we are looking at, to replace the snow blower and some of the equipment at the school as well. So there will be some adjustment in those lines the next time you folks see this budget. Moving on to non-instructional equipment, that's pretty well the same. Repairs and maintenance, line 430 is the same as last year. Contractor repair and maintenance, 433. Flip over to page 5, which gives you the definition of that line. We are going to need to make an adjustment here in reviewing this. These are the annual maintenance contracts, similar to what you had seen at GMS. There is a spike, however, under the security alarm annual maintenance. There's approximately, I'm going to say around $10,000 of that is going to drop down to actually equipment replacement, and you'll see that change the next time you see the budget for this function code. Reason being is similar to what you've heard about the telephone system at LMS GMS. We have a security alarm system without wanting to get into too much detail there, that has been cannibalized for parts over the years, and it has come to the end of the bone picking. We are really thin on being able to find parts for that, and I ran into a similar situation there where the vendor came in to replace parts and just couldn't find them. So we're in need of replacing the brain piece, if you will, of our security system at LMS. So that will drop down, probably approximately $10,000. That will drop down to equipment replacement, and we'll give you more definition on that the next go around as well. Inspections is up $2,311. There's some one-time. We have a chairlift load test, which is going to be due in 2016. That's $1,000 of that increase, and again, the underground storage tank inspection for another $1,000 accounts for, and then we put in some minor increase to the normal inspection charge for the other areas there. LMS emergency management, lower part of that page, again, is pretty much the same as this current year that we're looking at, again, for the emergency supplies.
Frank, when I look at that $116,000 increase, there's $50,000 in repairs.
Correct.
8,000 in 4 sheds, and I'm just wondering, where we are with that.
Right.
But in sort of one-time repairs of stuff that should have been picked up or fixed before this year, we're looking at somewhere around $70,000-$80,000 increase.
Correct.
And are we anticipating that this is the high water mark for that? Or is this something that we anticipate dropping some, but still needing some more work in the...
That's a fair statement. I would think, again, to the extent that we uncovered and probably continue to locate some issues in the building that will need to be addressed. Is this the high water mark? I hope it is, but again, I think that there could be some more issues coming
The
forward.
roof work that was done a few years back, I think, was what, Matt, $360,000 all by itself?
Yeah.
And so we know we need to go back and
Right.
do some things to that roof membrane,
Right.
so that we avoid that in the
Roof, piping, you heard tonight, some of the pipes, the heating system there needs to be looked at. It's in better shape than it was certainly a while back, but I think there are still some areas that we need to do some more discovery, if you will. And again, you heard things like the boys' locker room, the floor, urinal is missing and has been for a few years. There's some, we had benches that
Was that the one where the steel brackets were sticking up?
Steel brackets were still there, but
Kids
the
joking
urinal was
around,
missing.
had bumped one into it, one of them would have been hospitalized.
That would be that place.
Yeah. Okay.
But then we have to look at utilization. My understanding is, and I'm aging myself a little bit, you took gym and you took a shower. It was just a requirement. My understanding is now the kids don't always take a shower. So to the extent, can we get through another year or two there before we go in and spend, $12,000, $20,000 to go and replace that entire locker area floor. So there's some areas. We're still learning a lot about the building as we go along. But again, Dave Ross and his group and Matt and his group continually over there just to doing, bringing that building where it needs to be. CHS. Page 1, custodial services. Again, hitting the high areas. Repair and maintenance, again, similar to the other schools, there are some repairs that need to be made to equipment that is used each and every night. Biggest area is the vacuum cleaners, the wet and dry vac, I've seen it myself, it's in tough shape, and a pressure washer. So there's things that we, again, continuously use that over the years we've neglected a little bit. So we're putting some extra money in there to get these pieces of equipment back up to where they need to be. Again, down at the bottom under building services, that is actually a typo under line 412, utility sewer. That should be 3,800, so that will be adjusted again in your next. And that's consistent with the other two buildings. That is to clean out sewer lines and also the grease traps in the cafeteria area. So that will be changed down to $3,800. Utilities disposal is a substantial increase there, and I'm not sure what happened in the fiscal year 15 budget, to be honest with you, as to why you can see the cost of that service. That is disposal of paper and chemicals from, say, the science and biology and other areas. There was a substantial drop budgeted for this year, and after looking at my notes and questioning the facilities folks here at CHS, we couldn't come up with an explanation as to why there was such a dramatic drop in the approved budget that we requested for 15 overall to the expenses in the budgets from previous 2 years. So
Is that for trash as well?
that's trash as well.
Oh, I actually know the answer for it.
Good.
But apparently, they missed, in last year's budget, the encumbrance of funds for our trash company at Campbell. So the money that was, the increase there is to actually pay for the trash, as opposed to now we have to like find the money somewhere else because it's not in this year's budget. So it was an error on our part.
Hence the explanation. Repairs and maintenance is down, unlike the other two schools. It's down for the building services area, 3,400. Painting, again, painting, we're increasing that from $1,000 to $3,000. That's part of my request. One of the benefits, maybe others would see it otherwise, is the exterior doors. We really need some painting on the exterior doors here at CHS, and specifically over by the practice football area in the backfield. You notice those doors are all, you take your hand and just run it and the paint is coming off there. They really take a beating with the sun and they're high exposed areas. So we need to try a different paint, not only that they need to be painted, but we need to, the recommendation is for a higher temperature type paint that will last a little bit longer than having to do what we put on there before.
Frank, are those the doors that we have the egress issues with?
Some of them are, yes, yep. Those,
Locker room doors, yes.
yep, the locker room doors on the back side of the building.
The
Yep.
doors swell in the heat of the sun,
Yep.
and a small person might not be able to open them. So fire department has flagged that for us a couple of times.
Right. And again,
We've tried
Lighter paint,
just
a little
about
bit
every
white on
fix
some
that we've been suggested,
Yeah.
and have had no luck.
Yeah, we've tried a couple of things there to try. We're getting to the end of the suggestions there, but we're hoping that we actually kind of did some widening of the threshold, and we did some stuff there. We try it on one door
Shaving the
before we
door.
do it on all the doors to see if it's gonna work. Probably our biggest area of concern right now is the door, athletic door leading out from the gym. So, air quality, spike of $70,400, air duct cleaning, filters for air handlers and filters for humidifiers. The $67,200 is the cost to clean the air duct work here at Campbell High School that hasn't been done. And it's well past the recommended point where we would need to do it. It's a summer project, and it's one of those that's recommended if you're gonna do it, you should consider doing the entire building versus doing it piecemeal. So that's why we put the entire, that would be to fully clean all the ductwork here at CHS.
Frank, recommendation for how often annually should it be done in a given area?
Usually, I've heard 5 years, max on those.
Yeah.
Depend, Matt, you,
That's, I'd say 3, to be honest with you.
yeah, 3 to 5.
Considering health issues,
And the building
nationwide.
is 14 years old, next summer will be 15, and it has
So we've missed a few cycles.
Yeah.
never been done.
Yeah. And it's not only air.
Body up there.
It's-
I don't think anybody's been missing.
It's air quality for obviously staff and students, but it's also for the equipment and maintaining the equipment too, and just having a cleaner area up there, so. Supplies, $4,400 increase to $10,000. Again, painting supplies, on page 3, again, one of the areas that we're looking at as well, as you recall, last year, we moved the lighting for the auditorium here at CHS. It was never brought up to full capacity and what it was designed to be for lighting. And the board made 2 decisions. They made one to move it to 2620 for building services out of the CHS. I think we had another music department. And then also to fund majority of the light replacement for last year, and then whatever lights needed to be replaced in there for this year. We would put it in the 2016 budget, so that's why you see that here as well. Bottled gas, again, projecting a little bit of an increase there, and we will sharpen our pencil to look at usage and make sure we're consistent with usage, but again, bottled gas, it looks like we're going to see a little bit of a decline in price there. Bottom of page 3, again, the snow plowing contract, just to highlight that, is $1. As it was all, the cost of the snow plowing was rolled up into a district-wide allocation. Repairs and maintenance, we've actually dropped that down a little bit from previous years. Page 4, equipment rental, the new piece there would be the wood chipper for the swale cleanup, $1,000. That increased that amount, pretty much the same. $3,500 for supplies, as Matt has mentioned. There's far more utilization of the fields going on. We added lacrosse was going on, and it just seems like we're utilizing, constantly juggling and constantly adding things to the field and requirements to line the fields, and I think we all agree they're probably in the best shape. I know I was impressed at the recovery from the winter of last year and the shape that the fields were in last spring, so again, it requires some equipment, it requires some material as well to get it to that place. That's at the bottom of the line. We came down a little bit. Repairs and maintenance for non-instructional equipment for Campbell 2700. Page 5, contractor repair and maintenance. Again, the Honeywell maintenance agreement is for the contract itself as well as for repair and cost of material over and above the contract. Simplex security monitoring. We also have fire inspections, pest management, and elevator and chair lift maintenance, and that's a required 6 visits a year. So there's been some increase there. Inspections, again, as before you've seen, passenger load lift test on the passenger chair expires in 2016. And we also have some bleacher inspections built in there, as well as the divider curtain backstops in the gym. And again, I won't go through all the inspections, but we're forecasting some increase in that as well. At the bottom of page 5, no change there for the most part under CHS Emergency Management. Page 6 gives you no change there. The overall budgetary increase for all of those areas for the general fund is approximately $84,000. lot there.
So it's too much sheds there, too.
Yeah, we're
A whole
gonna
bunch of
just,
sheds.
we're gonna gloss over a conversation regarding sheds. You probably, there's gotta be a joke somewhere in there, but I'll pass over on that, on the sheds. You want a transportation?
At least you're not as bad as our friends in Nashville that started this whole trend.
Yeah, I'm not going there.
Our friends,
I'm not going there.
Brian's ex-buds.
Transportation. As you recall, we signed a new 5-year contract with First Student, and this being the first of the 5-year. 2016 will be year 2, and so the price increases are reflected in both the regular transportation and the vocational transportation, which are the only 2 items here this evening. We will be presenting vocational transportation, special ed transportation during that presentation. Again, we've had some conversation in the past on budgeting a flat budget for transportation with the increase in the daily rate for the school bus was going up to $277.02 per bus for 10 buses times 180 days. We also have a late bus that accommodates CHS and LMS at $52.41 for 2 buses for 175 days. And we also put in a figure for $3,000 to accommodate students that need transportation as part of their 504 education plan. Again, the increase here is $72,000, but again, because of the default and the budget was for this current year is underfunded by approximately $45,000, so it's not a $72,000 increase. We did shave some money off of the transportation budget when we received the default budget that equated to 1 bus. So we are going to need to make I'm going to need to come up with some allocations from other lines in the budget to make that up. So it's not a $72,000 increase, and we'll explain that further when we come to the budget. One of the areas that I believe that I will make some recommendation to the board, and we need to look at potentially making some changes to transportation that are discussions outside of budget development, but there might be areas that we can potentially look at decreasing the number of buses if we were to make some changes potentially in maybe the start and the end time of between LMS and GMS. As you can see, this is year 2. The costs are going to rise approximately 5% every year for 10 buses, and you've heard before, and I believe I provide you with a head count, if you will, of ridership for the buses, and we plan on doing that again after October. Some of the buses here at CHS are in the afternoon. When you see the bus pull up, you'll see 2 or 3 students boarding the bus. So there needs to be something here so we can reduce the cost of transportation overall for the district. So, but again, this is maintaining the 10 buses that we currently are using throughout the district to service the regular transportation.
So, based on what you said about special services,
Sure.
shouldn't that $3,000 be part of Devon's budget? Since it's 504 plan?
504 actually falls under the Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA. It's not a special education. Fuel is level funded, and when we were negotiating the school bus contract, I don't believe they've ever charged us for fuel. And the bus company said, we're not going to let that happen again, so we're going to keep that in there. However, I don't believe, given the baseline that we've established for the cost of the diesel fuel, that we should see much more than a couple $1,000.
$51 right now.
Yeah, it is. And I believe our threshold is our baseline is $3.67, I believe, a gallon, so we're okay.
And that's the price that they buy it at, and they buy
It's
a
a
lot
bulk
more than
purchase.
you do when you fill up your car.
That's their national price. It's not their price here.
That's not their price, it's their price.
Yeah, no, we said that's the national price, so. Transport for vocational education is up a little again, that it's indicative of the 5% increase for the contract. We are looking into vocational transportation, maybe finding some alternative ways to provide that transportation to those students to reduce the cost. currently stands at, it'll be, next year, budget will be approximately $50,000. So there might be some other ways and other alternatives, which again will be discussion outside of budget.
Any more questions?
Bring out those pencils.
Pencils are
Don't need the
out.
pencils, need the erasers.
It's amazing what you can do with pencils.
Yeah.
I don't know which I'm looking forward to less, the internal conversations or the one with the budget committee.
Well, by the time you get to the budget committee, you'll be well prepared and you'll have a budget that's sharp and ready to go.
No, I'll be all beat up.
Let's hope they're not
So
watching.
this is what happens when, you tell everybody, just give me your budget, don't, Katie by the door, and we see what Katie looks like. She's very expensive.
Then we show them the door.
And the reality is, such a big chunk of this is that whole maintenance piece. I have to say, it's very discouraging for me to know how hard we've worked to try and move small amounts of money into strategic little tasks. You know, looking for chunks of $5,000 and $10,000 and $15,000 to turn around and have to spend these significant increases to make up for work that just was not done in prior years.
And, you know,
It's just really disappointing.
And well, and I tell you, it's not, you know, it may be one of those things where you take a look at the 5 big ones, and you put them in the warrant, and we give it a shot, and we say to the townspeople, these have to be done, and these are the reasons why, and, you know, boom. You know, they tell us no, then we know the next year we have to try to work it out in the operations, but, you know, the parking lot, the phones, I mean, there's a lot, but they all need to occur. They're all large items.
Well, the duct cleaning is
And-
what, 70-some odd thousand dollars. And then what a lot of these equate to is things that should have been done a long time
Yeah,
ago.
they should have
or
been done for
continually
many
done. They're
years.
not. Now things are getting worse. And the budget committee says this quite often. You gotta take care of your equipment, you gotta take care of your buildings.
Yeah.
And we're not
So you
taking care
gotta
of
pay
them right
for it.
now. Well,
Well, I mean, I think that the school board probably as we go through the end of this process, we need to probably look at that, because I think there are other aspects of your budget that are very, very important. And what I don't want to see is those items get lost in, you know, the duct work, the phones, the parking lots, and the big maintenance things. And I think that, you know, the two of you in the hot seat up in front, under the lights, can sell this. And,
you can sell anything, whether or not they'll buy it.
well, I mean, you know, we'll see. And I think a concerted push by the board of support, publicly, in that aspect, through, letters to the editor and stuff like that to support that thing, goes a long way to moving the electric, in that aspect. And I believe that they, in their votes last year, they voted for warrant articles to maintain and fix issues. So
That's true.
I think that we should not be afraid of that process, for the simple reason that sometimes the voters knows what they want to do.
We have to be careful. I don't want to put routine maintenance. I'm not going to put like duct work or anything in a warrant, but there's certainly the parking lot. So I think like that. Things important to education too, I think needs to remain in that. The one-to-one computing needs to remain in the budget, stuff like that. We have to get behind this budget, but parking lots, absolutely. I mean,
Frank, has there been any air quality control testing done in this building?
I cannot answer that definitively, but.
Which building?
The
This one?
NCHS.
We're talking about duct work in here, cleaning for 70-some odd thousand dollars, and air
Air
quality.
quality.
So yeah, I've been I've been here 8 years and not in this building now. There have been some testing due to staff illnesses, trying to figure out if there's anything going on, but nothing of major air quality testing, no.
There are some concerns about air quality, primarily as it relates to moisture.
I was gonna say floor
Carpet
moisture.
in the SAU office, you know, that wonderful
Those are
little
the
rug
moisture
that's in
issues, yeah, not
carpets
necessarily
in my
air.
office. But I think that's really been where the issues have been limited to?
Yeah,
is
that was more of a
correct?
moisture issue because we had, you have the mastic coming up underneath the tile because of the water table underneath the building, not necessarily air quality, so. And they change filters 4 times a year, but if you're not getting them clean with duct work, I mean, you're changing the stopgap, that's it, you're not solving the problem.
Some work to do.
Work to do.
All right, on to old or unfinished business. We'll start with Litchfield Recreational Department Facilities Request.
I had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Barshi, who is the president of Rec Basketball. He is here this evening. But we had the opportunity to meet and discuss and the issues as they evolve around the Rec Department's utilization of both LMS, GMS on Saturday and Sunday. Basically a 12-hour each day schedule that the Rec Department would require between now and, I want to say, March of next year. And we had discussed, and I won't belabor the points of custodial coverage and so on and so forth, and who would do that, and with the new access system, the new FOBs, the new policy that the board approved, and who is now authorized to receive FOB access to the buildings. Mr. Barshi was quite understanding of the bit of a dilemma that we were in to work through this, and we developed, I thought it was a reasonable compromise for this current recreation basketball year, that we would, the district would, and Mr. Barshi would go back and take a look at the schedule. I believe there was some discussion about, do they really need all of that time being requested for both practice and scheduling? And after our meeting today, I had a better understanding that, yes, in fact, the majority of that time being requested between the travel team and the regular youth program. They get some practice time before the season starts in December, and once that season starts, obviously practices are no longer, but they're now into their full schedule that takes them right through, and the gym is busy, both locations, with the great program that the folks run there. We did discuss having FOB access to the building, which would require board approval because it is outside of your board policy. And we would work around the door and building security. I sent Mr. Barshi an email that said, maybe we can look at, volunteers from the rec department that would be responsible to make sure that those doors are locked, that we know who's gaining access to the building. We'll kind of cordon off the other doors and make sure they're locked. And it would come with some expectations that, and there's no reason to think they haven't already been doing that over the years, because this, I understand, has been a long-standing utilization of the buildings. Our expectation would be that Monday morning, that gym is, I know they pulled out bleachers and they pull them back and they sweep the gym down, and that we look at if they're utilizing the boys and girls room, that they would be cleaned at the end of the weekend, so that Monday morning, our custodial staff doesn't have to do that first thing in the morning. So I think we can work through a compromise with the approval of the board, that, because again, it would require us issuing a FOB access to them. Then I think we'd come back to the board, because the rec department, I don't believe, is going to be building their own gym at any time soon, so the utilization of the school property to run their rec program is going to live on well past our conversation here this evening. So I think we need to have a kind of a memorandum of understanding, if you will, with the rec department and the school district on their utilization of those two gymnasiums for their program, so that this would be, we can kind of put this to rest, if you will, and not have to, I'm sure they would feel more comfortable with having that memorandum of understanding as well. But it will require board action relative to us having the authority to release the FOB access to them.
In both those schools, you can close the doors off. GMS, right immediately as you're coming in, you can close off, correct? And LMS is near the office?
The two main concerns I have is just the building is ready to be used Monday morning. And again, the rec department, my understanding is they've been doing this for a long time. So Mr. Barshi and I will get together again, and he will hear clearly our expectations for the building and what we would like to have done, and they really evolve around making sure that the gym is taken care of and the bathroom's taken care of, and they're policing, if you will, the access to the building, that we're just not opening up that door and anybody can come and go. Even though we are cordoning off that area, My concern is that we just want to make sure that nobody does get into other parts of that building. So again, I think we can work out an agreement with the Recreation Department that accommodates what they need to do it. They need to do it soon, because my understanding is they're ready to kick this thing off, and they're ready to go. So we can get this done pretty quick again with board approval. And then we will subsequently come back to you folks with I think would be just basically a memorandum of understanding between the school district and the Recreation Department.
So how will it work? I'm assuming they used to have physical keys where they'd unlock the door, that way families and everyone come in and out. With the fob though, they can't unlock the door, they have to like prop it open, or how?
That's the
Well,
way they're managed.
there's two issues. That we can actually control fob access now to date and time.
Okay.
That we didn't have before.
That just lets them in. Door locks behind them, doesn't it?
That's where I'm saying they're gonna need to, the agreement we're gonna need to have is I'd rather not just leave that door open.
Yeah.
Is that they will need to have someone that can kind of watch, parents gonna be coming and going, there's gonna be a lot of activity. And that's the intent of the board policy. If we have a custodian there, they're kind of maintaining the supervision of that activity. We won't have that, but again, I think that the rec department would be agreeable to, and I can't speak for them, the city, Mr. Washington can address that issue, but I think my preference would be to have that door locked, so that they would need to maintain some control of letting people come and go. If it turns out to be an issue, we can look at Plan B, which is to unlock it utilizing
Allen wrench.
an Allen wrench, that we actually lock it open.
From the inside, yeah.
Is that something we would have to do, or is that something they can do? If they come in with a fob?
If they came in with a fob and you wanted them to lock it down, I mean, we just have to have,
They
just
can
supply them
do
with
it.
something like this.
They can do it.
Yeah.
So the fob and the Allen wrench will allow you to lock it open?
At Griffin, yeah, no problem. The middle school, again, the doors are in
Maybe.
tough shape. So
Doesn't
you-
always work at the middle
Not
school.
100% sure on each door, so we're
So
working on it.
this is the issue as I see it. You show up for a game or whatever, you park there, there's two teams, there's, I don't know, 10, 12 players on a team. That's, parents, grandparents, and everything
30
else.
cars.
And somebody's got to stand there and open the door for every one of them. And that's just, that's just unrealistic.
Right.
That is just, I understand, and the board has been pretty adamant about the securing of our buildings, but I am telling you, the key fob, it's not the answer, because it'll be old on Sunday of the first weekend. And
I don't understand what you.
well,
It'll be
people will be so frustrated by Sunday after
not being able to get in.
Saturday of having to open the doors and things like that.
They're getting propped.
That it's just, that something's gonna prop, and which is, it doesn't set the precedent that we want. I mean, we should hold them somehow accountable. We should give them a key that only unlocks that door. I would imagine that it can be easily keyed that way. It is.
I'm sorry, I missed your point.
Well, my point is that I believe the door needs to be unlocked.
It can be unlocked with the Allen wrench. It gets locked open, the push bar gets
Well,
locked open.
then I think that needs
Okay.
to be our consideration then.
Then if that's the
Right.
direction, if that's what you approved this evening, I'm more than happy to do it.
How many years,
It
how many
will
years
be
is the
an
rec?
issue, however. The only issue that is not being discussed here is that building is alarmed at LMS. Building is alarmed at LMS.
How many years has the rec department been using the schools?
Can I address it? John Bryant. I'm the chairman of the Rec Commission, past president of the Basketball League, was on the basketball board until this year. I'm still the chairman of the Rec Commission. 18 years for me, and it was being done prior to that. Griffin was new to us. We haven't used that as consistently. The group has just grown too big. That's why we started going to Griffin the last few years. Needed that on Saturday mornings. We didn't have the opportunity to have enough places to play. Talent Hall, it's a wonderful place, but it is booked Monday through Friday from the afternoon right till 9 o'clock. Saturdays, full both days. It runs our instructional program, plus all of the other leagues in town. You keep saying rec department, I just want to clarify, there's a basketball league and there's a rec department. The rec department oversees all the leagues in
I
town.
understand.
So other leagues in town, like softball, requested GMS last year. Through us, we
We get it.
encourage them to go
We get
through.
that
So
piece.
there's more than just basketball, and this is basketball season, so I'm all for Mike and you getting together. We talked about that yesterday. In the 18 years that basketball has been using LMS that I've been part of, there's been a broken door and a broken window. The principal called me Monday morning. It was repaired and paid for by basketball right away. The broken window we knew about. He called me before I called him. That goes back to Bo Schlichter's days as the middle school principal. And we knew who did it. I mean, it went that far, and we took care of it from that end. Responsibility to the gym. I heard somebody say the showers are left on. It's not possible. We don't have access to the showers. Everything's locked. The gym, our gym access does not get us anywhere except the hallway and the gymnasium and the two emergency exits where the chairs are and where there's no chairs in the LMS gymnasium.
In bathrooms.
GMS isn't quite as secure. The front hall is open at GMS. GMS is used by our younger groups, and I spend most of my Saturday mornings down at GMS because I also supervise the referees in the basketball league and try and train them. That's where our training goes, and I had the only key to GMS last year. Jeff O'Donnell and I had both keys to LMS. We opened both gyms each Saturday morning, and then either one of us or one of our board members closed it each Saturday night. We did not put anything away on Saturdays. We set it up for the Sunday games. Sunday games starting in the range of, depending on what was needed, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock in the morning, and finishing somewhere between 6 and 9 o'clock at night. Because of a home and away schedule, the Manchester Suburban Basketball League, of which they play in, that schedule determines how much it's used on Sundays. And from that, we've been then slotting practice slots in. So if there's an open time because somebody's got an away game, we'll put a practice slot and ask somebody if they need to be in there. We never left the gym abandoned or not open. We do put a lot of trust in our head coaches, and they go through a whole rigmarole as far as what they have to be responsible for. But as you said, the head coaches are coaching. I'm not sure how they're going to be able to manage getting back and forth to the fob and opening the door. We've used the little Allen wrench, and the doors have gotten worse over the years, there's no doubt. 7 or 8 years ago, they were pretty good. The Allen wrenches worked well. After the last few years, it's down to 2 of the doors work decent, the other 2 are a real struggle, which would then get to people getting in there and they take one of the wood door stops and put it outside the door, which when the snow's flying and it's cold out, I'm the first one to say, oh, let's pull that outside and let's do something better than this. But that's the security we've had for the building. We've had no issues. No water left on. Direct phone number to Jack when he was a custodian. If an alarm was going off when I showed up, I'd call Jack right away. He came down. That direct control, when he retired, left. But I still talk to the principals on a regular basis to what would go on. I know Mike's going to do the same thing, if not even at a better pace and a faster pace than me. He's very prompt at taking care of things. He's been working with the rec commission through the other leagues. He's part of the lacrosse league, the soccer league, and now the basketball league. So stepped into all the roles that are out there right now. So it's a positive push for basketball, I think, that he's involved with it right now. So I guess that answers your question.
How'd you set the alarms when you've used it over the years?
The code. We had the code. We set it and we shut it off. I mean, again, that's 18 years.
I probably shouldn't have asked that question, Mr. Chair.
Well, no, that's not true, because you can set a more than one code, so you can have a master code, and he can have an auxiliary code.
Yeah, not with that system, unfortunately.
You only have one code?
The
high school, you can have multiple codes.
We have multiple codes.
You can have multiple codes, but it still disarms the system. You can have 1,000 codes.
Well, I don't know, I just thought we redid the system, but maybe we redid the fire system, so.
No, this is the alarm, this is security alarm. This isn't fire.
We have a tremendous relationship with the rec department, and that's where the crux is of the issue of following the policy, and then obviously making an amendment to do something for the rec department. I mean, I know John and Mike very well. If there's a problem, they usually tell me before I know about it.
So what do you have to do to fix the doors so the Allen wrench works?
Well, I got an estimate just today, and I haven't gone over it, to replace all the broken ones with new up-to-date Von Duprin crash bars that will actually work. I don't know the exact cost. To repair them, it's actually more costly than replacing them because the parts are so antiquated, and they're not going to give me 100% guarantee they're going to work. Everything's stripped out. They weren't maintained over the years. They tried to jury rig them the best they could, make them work.
You're better off replacing that push bar.
Yeah, it's just a lot of us. We need to replace them. So it's a decent cost. I mean, you're probably talking several thousand per unit, and you're talking at least 6 doors on just the gym side of, 6 doors total. On the gym side, I'd probably say 3 of the 4 easily.
You only need to make sure one's working properly at LMSL, correct?
Well,
You don't have to have all 4 of them working. I
Well, you
mean,
want them all working properly because you want
Of
them
course
to
you
be able
do.
to lock
I'm
them,
just
but-
saying, I mean, if you're looking for the smallest expense, I mean, if you have one door, the door that everyone goes in, the one on the left-hand side at LMS in the gym.
Right. But if they
Unless-
don't, right, yes, for rec, yes. However, to work properly, you want them all working properly.
No,
Because
I understand,
If
but-
you can't get it to lock on a Friday afternoon, then we got a guy sitting there overnight waiting and waiting and waiting.
But I mean,
so- but
the
yeah.
conversation right now, and the concern right now is how they'll get into play
Right,
if they go in.
exactly, yeah, just,
So
I
it's
mean,
one door,
one would be fantastic. And
one at
preferably
LMS,
the one that just
GMS is
doesn't
working
work.
fine.
Right, yeah.
The bigger concern is the alarm code, there's only one alarm code.
Right, if we're not gonna change one, I'd like to change the one that doesn't open, which would be great.
Make a motion to continue the existing relationship, give them a fob, give the rec commission a fob so they can access the building, and then also give them the Allen wrench so they can knock the door for the games.
A fob.
How many guys have now, 2 keys or?
Jeff and I have been operating off of 2 keys.
Keys, so it's 2 fobs probably.
Sure, yeah.
I think this is actually more of a solution than it is a compromise. I know we'd like more control, but, you know, and given the length of time and the number of people in and out, and, you know, with a teacher supervising in there, we probably do as much damage in the same amount of time. So I'm very comfortable with this. I mean, to me, this is about making sure that you've got protocols and the people, you know, sign up expecting. And if anything ever happened, we'd want to make sure that it would be covered by our insurance. And so we need to be covered with a procedure that says, here's how it happened. You come in, you follow the procedures, and everything that should happen happens. And we don't have to worry about the citizens suing the school board because protocols weren't followed.
And have you always been responsible for cleaning up afterwards, the bathrooms and?
The bathrooms, we tidied up, we didn't go in and wash them.
They
The
never had access
GMS
to any of the chemicals as part of it, so they couldn't really, they would do the best they could with their own.
I just know we talked about cleaning before, so I
The
didn't know if
GMS
that was-
custodians last year actually left me a mop and bucket and broom out every weekend. And I took care of the GMS myself, and it was great. It was a great relationship. LMS, we sweep the floors. That's all we have access to. The bleachers have always been pushed back. Chairs and tables always put away.
Cleaned underneath, yeah.
Only got beat once on that. Somebody snuck in on a Sunday night, put stuff away while I was doing an away game. I showed up at 9:30 and went, there's nobody scheduled here. Who did this? But other than that, we've taken care of it over all the
Put it
years.
away.
I'd like to second the motion, but I'd also like to stipulate that we need to revisit it after this season, that, you know, I think them utilizing the facilities is something they should be able to do, but I think as far as security, it's something we're gonna have to like look into a little further, what we're gonna do going down the road.
I agree. Thank you.
Any more conversation?
I tend to agree that we have to revisit it. We can support it today. We have to change our policies before they start using it. Whatever the policies are, or whatever the letter of understanding is, needs to be adapted so that it's not in conflict to our policies.
But I think they've been in conflict all along, so I'm not
Well,
sure how
I
much.
understand that.
Just for 18 years.
Well, longer than that, but I mean, we need to have something.
We do.
Even if we don't change the policy, but we have something as a letter of understanding based on this process, that is documented through the process and the expectations are there, and I don't think that'll be too difficult to get signed off on between the rec department and the SAU. And I think that's fine. I mean, I think we're going to end up having this conversation with a couple of groups that were freely using our school without us knowing it. So maybe we may not be as generous as we are to the rec because it's the taxpayers' building and they ought to be able to use it. So in that sense, so you know, I'll support this thing. We'll see how it works out over the year. I don't expect it to be any different than the last 18 years. And then we can get, you know, the next board can sign off on a permanent agreement in this process and stuff.
Any more conversation?
That work?
All
Yeah.
So
All
all those
those
in
guys?
favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? 4-0.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for your time tonight, gentlemen. Much appreciated.
Just one thing, ask one clear, the fob would control both GMS and LMS, correct?
Yes.
Or would be separate fobs, or?
We
No,
can-
Same fob, I know fob, you should be able.
Same fob, and we can reduce the times, change the timing on both of them if we have to, they're different, not a problem.
Okay.
Put your photo on it, make it look real nice.
So it's gonna go to basketball, not to the rec commission, guys?
Yep, yeah, and we'll find out, I'll
Okay.
coordinate with Mike, find out who's gonna have, and then get them all this stuff.
We've got another organization coming in that looks for later on our softball, so I'll talk to you.
Right, and we'll have to, yeah, figure out what they're doing, yeah. Do it.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Go back to the question, it was like 11,000 to replace the broken equipment at LMS.
11,000 to fix the push bars in the doors?
Yep, it's, that's for 8 of the existing exit devices.
Just 4 doors there, though, that we're looking at.
You only wanna do one side?
But they only need access to one side, there's only 4 doors there.
Okay, so split it in half then.
Are you saying that both the other set of doors isn't a push bar?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, both front doors, push bar on the inside, they're all,
Oh,
But you don't need to lock both of them.
but you don't lock that one, okay.
no, it's just, I mean, that's for like the,
Yeah, I would just do the 4
Go for you.
outside ones to get it,
You only need to do one outside one.
yeah, but
well, yeah, because the 2 outside entrances, that's what I'm talking about.
All right. So the next issue on unfinished business is blizzard bags.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
You're gonna sit and watch?
Yep, I love it.
So I know we touched on it last week as far as blizzard bags. I think there was conversation a couple months ago on blizzard bags. I just wanted to open up the conversation to get a feel where everyone thinks.
No blizzard bags.
See, I'm for blizzard bags.
I have mixed feelings about them. I don't think you're getting a day of instruction out of them, but I also don't think you're getting a day of instruction on June 23rd either, so.
Well, my point was, I don't think you get much instruction, or as much instruction you normally would, with a sub.
True, too.
And I'll give you an example. My daughter got to watch cartoons today. And in another class, she got to read a book. So, and I know there are subs out there that probably do a fantastic job, but to put the same level of teaching that's coming from a sub, I don't believe you're getting it. And I think with the blizzard bag, that it's, I've seen my daughter in high school sit down and do it, and it's quite a bit of work. It's not like it's a breeze. I mean, there's a lot of work involved.
There's absolutely no doubt there's a lot of work in it.
And I think, I know you're saying, John, sometimes it's like, well, that's not what they're learning right now, or they've already learned it, but maybe it's a refresher for them. Maybe it's something they've learned, maybe it isn't.
But it's parent driven. It's not teacher driven. So, this may seem callous, but I don't mean it to be, but it's, depending on the storm,
Yeah.
it is a day off for the teachers, but not a day off for the students. And so,
Well, the teachers are available.
they are, as long as internet's available. So, I think they do an adequate job in preparing. I personally believe that the GMS probably gets near 100% participation on the blizzard bags, and LMS probably between the 80 and 85%. I don't see how they reach 80% as a district with the high school unless they're very, very flexible in it. And since I get to see some ed line grades from high school students when we had our foreign exchange students, I think we're riding the backs of our two youngest schools, elementary and middle school. And I don't believe the high school does their fair share of blizzard bags. And I have asked to see the numbers for 3 years. I've yet to see a set of numbers that reflect the number of bags that were completed in each school.
Is that information available, Dr. Cochran?
I get a report from, Barbara Bilowski gets a report from each of the schools with a percentage of students. And what they actually report is the percent of attendance. And attendance is based on work being done. If a student passes in no work, they're marked absent for the day. If the package is partially done, they're present for a half day. And if it's completely done, they're present for a whole day.
Yeah,
and
but
then
then
they calculate the attendance percentage.
And if that's the only thing that's counted, then I can see, but blizzard bags not completed impacts a student's grade immensely. 0. And it's not a homework 0. It's a big 0. It's like a test 0 by some teachers. Because I saw the consequences on grades that impacted members of my family. So I'm not in tune because I don't believe the administration or the teachers are in tune of how we're to administer it. If all this is we had 80% of our kids in school, then we're never going to hit the number because we don't grade it. But in some classes, it carries a larger grade than in other classes.
But why wouldn't you expect a student to complete the blizzard bag?
Because they went skiing.
Okay, but it's going to be counting it as towards the day of school, so they're responsible for doing that work. If they choose to go...
They're responsible for doing work that they did in November in January.
Okay, but if they choose, my point is, if they choose to go and do something outside of schoolwork when it's considered a school day, in a bag,
So,
if you will, then
so I said my kid was sick that day, and I give him my son or daughter a note.
they have
Kids are sick all the time.
they have an additional day to complete it.
Or they can come into school and they have a week to complete that work. See, I'm just saying that the blizzard bags are, we have to follow the state process on that, which is 48 hours. But if a child is out sick from school, they don't have that same restriction. So, inevitably what occurs, by what I've seen, is you get the call that there's no school, and you immediately go into blizzard bag mode to try to get it done so the kids can enjoy the day. And I can guarantee you, I'm not the only family that goes through that process, because I've heard it enough times.
I guess I take a little bit of a different take on it. Like you're saying, like, go enjoy the day. Well, it's no different than a school day. Go enjoy the day after school. So
It's not a school day. School was canceled by the superintendent.
But it's
So
gonna
not a
count, but
school
it's gonna
day.
count as a school day if the blizzard bag is completed and the percentage is there. Then it is kind of considered, it's a school day.
And what was learned? There's nothing new learned other than, and I gotta tell you, I've looked at some of this stuff. You
So
can, I
I
mean,
have too.
the scale of the stuff assigned to the kids in the grade from six or seven teachers is as easy as pouring a glass of water to making a souffle. How is that fair? How is that fair?
Is it any
If you-
different, is it any different with the spectrum of teachers and classes right now? That, I mean, there's different levels in different classes
I
and
understand.
in different teachings. Some
I
of it's very
understand.
hard, some of your AP courses are hard, some other courses aren't.
That's why I believe blizzard bags, again, are a, I believe blizzard bags benefit the teachers and not the students. So I think they're wrong in that sense.
I think if the teachers are putting the effort into it, and I think you're gonna see the spectrum across, like you would a normal spectrum. You're gonna have the really good teachers that are putting a ton of effort into it and put a good lesson plan into it. Then you have the teachers that aren't as strong, probably winging it and doing the water. But I think that comes down to an administration issue. Dr. Cochran, do you know does the principals or the team leads, do they review the blizzard bags before they're done or anything like that? Or they just kind of shipped off with expectation that they were?
I think they annually share the expectations and the criteria. I think there's if things appear to have worked well last year, teachers will reuse stuff. Some people, if everything went well, might repeat the exact same thing. Others will, move some things, move some other things out. Typically, we've used November 1st as a cutoff day for you should have your blizzard bags ready. However, at the middle schools, I believe that's the rollover day for the first quarter. And so students were changing. I think last year and this year, we were at semesters for Unified Arts at LMS. I can confirm that. So it's been relatively straightforward.
Does Mr. Thompson go and check like what the third grade blizzard bags look like though or anything, or does it just assume? Does anyone check to see, I guess, like the quality of the blizzard bags or anything like that? or-
Building administrator is supposed to make sure that they articulate annually what the expectations are, and the sort of type of work and the amount of work. And again, as with teaching, it's always a little bit uneven. In terms of the teachers and the teaching day, teachers are not given time during their other paid days to work on the blizzard bags, so they're done completely outside their regular teaching days. They grade it on top of their other days, and so to some extent, they do the work. Past practice had been you prepare 3 blizzard bags. You may use none, 1, 2, or 3. It's a bit of a crapshoot. If the power is on and you have network capability, then you should be online for your 3 hours a day, but you've got the prep, you've got the grading, and hopefully you've got the hours on time when you're answering your email and stuff like that. So that's the sort of breakdown. They can prep 3 blizzard bags and grade 2, and 1 doesn't get graded but also doesn't get counted. And so, it's not like they're not teaching because the lesson plan and the prep piece. Nate, did you want to? I mean, I know you're nodding agreement, but.
Yeah, I mean,
It is fairly extensive work to go ahead and put those lessons together. And I'd agree with your assessment. You're, going back and looking at what worked and what didn't work, and making sure that the lessons are of a rigorous nature and similar to what would be in the class, and then doing the assessment piece. So it certainly is, I want to use the word cumbersome, to go ahead and do that. So it's certainly, a time investment to go ahead and do that, absolutely. And to be prepared for any questions that might come from students and parents too. So you're definitely using quite a bit of time to do that.
What's your take on how the teachers feel about preparing them and grading them? Is this something that they want to continue with, or is this something that they'd rather not?
I brought it to the attention of the to the teachers today, and really wanted to gauge where we were at, so I could bring that to you guys. And we had some pretty good conversations, and most of the teachers were really, as a group, really in favor of continuing to move forward with. And there are a lot of teachers at all three buildings that said, they had invested, quite a bit of time in creating them. I know really doing them. I know I worked in past years with the humanities department to really come up with what would be how could we integrate, particularly within the freshman and sophomore classes, how could we create a lesson that's really going to integrate the social studies and English pieces together. So there is the opportunity for collaboration. Just like any other lesson that I do, I think it is important and best practice to go ahead and look at, revise, review, just as a lesson that you would teach in your own classroom. And did it go well? And what could be better? So I would encourage my colleagues to do that, and I'm sure they are continuously looking at and revising what they do. So there seemed to be quite a bit of support for continuing them today when we brought it to everyone's attention for discussion.
If I can ask, 'cause John brought it up, and I know several other people have also, that the content of what the student is learning that isn't coinciding with what they're learning in school right now.
For me it is. And you try to you look at really where you're at. I can't speak for what they all are, because I haven't seen all the blizzard bags. But what we've done is you have the three materials that you have, and you really try to look at really something that would be, the idea is you could have something that would be supplemental to what they're doing. So for example, we're looking at, within my freshman civics course, you're looking at, really what's the role of government and what's sort of the history and the ideas behind it. So they might look at something like really at the section of Federalist 10. So they can take ideas that we've looked at before. So it's almost like spiraling. Sometimes you may take a look at something more in depth, or something that would be a supplemental material that would be linked to sort of the larger concepts that you're looking at. We've looked at political cartoons, and not necessarily something that you would be looking at right now, but how do you go about analyzing a political cartoon? Really, skills that students would need to have. So sometimes it may not exactly tailor exactly with the per se that particular week's lesson, but certainly a skill that would be applicable to what they're going to be doing throughout the year would be something that we do too.
But would you have the flexibility, for instance, if there's going to be snow?
Yeah.
And it's going to be a blizzard bag day if
Right.
the school is called. Would you, as a teacher, be able to have the flexibility of saying, well, I wanted you to read chapters,
Right.
12 to 15, add in 16, 17
I think that,
time?
yeah, I think that would be, more than appropriate. There's speaking just for myself, there's certainly times where using the class website that I use on Schoology, it would be beneficial for me to say, all right, we were supposed to do that this day, so if I know something's coming, I can have something prepared ahead of time that's going to be directly related to to what we're doing. So to me, I might look at it as an opportunity to say, all right, I can take what I was going to do in class and go ahead and modify it or put it online some way. And I know with the website that I use, it's pretty, I find it particularly easy to do it that way. But I would like that flexibility if we could certainly work that out to do that too.
Any other questions?
Not really a question, just a comment on blizzard bags. I have to say that my experience with my 2 children going through school, it seemed to me that the teachers had put a great deal of effort into the blizzard bags that my kids have been doing. It was an awful lot of work. They spent a long time on them. They spent enough time, it was pretty much a school day by the time they were finished, certainly in high school. And I think that we didn't have the blizzard bags when they were they might have started when my youngest was in LMS, but.
Was that in 2010 or 2011?
Okay. But the biggest problem that I found in my own family was they would get lost. So sometimes, when you hand a kid the blizzard bags and say, okay, here you go, if we have a school day, remember,
Right.
You're going to do blizzard bag number 1, and invariably one of my kids would say, I can't find blizzard bag number 1.
Right.
So that was kind of a problem.
Sure.
And I don't know whether there's a way of distributing them, if the weather reports are reasonably accurate. We get them days in advance. If you can say, okay, you know what, here, let's pass this out in case we need it. I think that would be, just as a practical issue, would be helpful in the way that they're distributed.
Yeah, I think the trouble is, you just never know sometimes.
You don't. No, that's absolutely true. We could have a freak storm like we did a couple of years ago on October 31st, which nobody was expecting. I think that was, for me, the biggest problem was the amount of time that my kids were putting into it, which wasn't really a problem, although I know they wanted to spend that day playing in the snow, but it was a school day, and they spent the time, almost a full school day's time working on those blizzard bags.
Right.
And then just the fact that they do have a tendency to wander, in our home anyway.
Also, it'd be nice if they could be put on a PDF and you can just,
Yeah,
have it on your laptop.
We
be great.
actually, they are, I know, I believe for all 3 schools, well, I'll speak solely for the high school right now, that there's a blizzard bag page that's on the Campbell High School page, and then they're listed by teacher, and then it's on there as a PDF. And then I use a Schoology student information system, and I have it on there, so that there's the electronic piece, and then they're usually distributed, the paper versions as well, because for the state requires that there be a paper copy as well for those that don't have the,
I realize if you don't have
online
power,
access.
then you can't get to it.
Well, yeah, correct, absolutely, yeah, sure.
All right. Thank you, Nate.
Thanks.
I would request that the board hold off on their vote tonight until the superintendent's been able to give us backup of the last 2 or 3 years' usage of blizzard bags with the numbers.
I have no
think
problem.
that,
I have no problem with that. I'd like to see the numbers myself.
Again, all I can tell you is what I've seen of the usage in the high school and the comments that I've been given.
Nate, can you answer that for your class anyway? Percentage, numbers?
How they're...
No, just what you've seen.
What's the average participation in your classes?
I don't want to marry myself to a number. It's usually, up around the 80% level, because they want to. I think they don't. The students seem to not really want to come in June as well. So
Right.
we usually get a pretty. I've gotten a pretty good return rate on those, and then they have that 48-hour period too. So if you get a kid that had questions or if power was out, then they can certainly come to you on that day and ask you about it. So, but as far as numbers school, I know we just.
No, I'm just, yourself.
Yeah, I take the numbers, it's usually right around the 80%, and then we just report out to the administration.
Hopefully Dr. Cock can supply us with those numbers.
Sure.
How's the quality? Is it probably the same you'd see in normal classwork as far as the quality turned in, or?
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to depend on, you know,
Student,
the individual. It seems to be, you know, pretty consistent with what you might be seeing throughout the year. So there's certainly kids that really put in a lot of time and effort. There's some that, you know, either don't turn it in or they turn it, here's what I have. But, you know, it depends on it. But yeah, we've gotten some really good quality work that's been turned in.
How do you guys treat the grades? Is it a homework grade? Is it a class, like, how, what do you?
I believe it's a summative assessment. So I don't know if you're familiar with the formative summative. So it goes in as a summative assessment. I don't know if it. I know for me, I wouldn't put it in as a monumental grade, as you had said, where if someone doesn't do the blizzard bag, that all of a sudden their grade is going to drop immensely. So I wouldn't put it in as like a equivalent to a project. So you might, you know, depending on how you do your points. But yeah, so we would put it in as a summative assessment. I wouldn't, personally speaking, put it in as something that's going to kill a student.
Some people are trying to motivate students to get the attendance rate up. Not everybody motivates well.
Thanks, Nate.
Yep.
Dr. Cochran, we'd like to hold off on voting on this, but
Nate, do you have a sense of where the teachers are? I know you and I talked about this.
we talked about that earlier.
And
They wanted to, if the board wanted to move forward, then they were
they would be willing to entertain the sidebar agreement?
Yes, they were, absolutely. So, and if we,
I'm not going to ask you what they're looking for, because that would be part of negotiations. So
I figured you might ask, and I'd have to recuse myself from answering that question. But yeah, and obviously, you know, I think, you know, obviously the board wants to get those numbers. I respect that, and not to put pressure on the board, but certainly as we start to move closer and closer towards winter.
And that's why I wanted to bring it up, because I think it's
Right.
something we need to make a decision on
Yeah,
quickly.
and you know, we would support moving forward with it. If it comes out that the board doesn't, then we'll make the necessary adjustments. So
before we make a decision, Dr. Cochran, what the board like is if we can get those numbers as far as participation.
I can. Well, I don't know if Barbara has them. I would guess that GMS runs. I've seen the raw numbers on a couple of occasions. GMS runs close to 100%. LMS in the upper 80s, and CHS usually comes in the low 80s. All three schools. None of the schools have ever reported less than 80%, and the district average has to be 80. So.
If you could find out if those numbers are available.
I don't know if they still exist. We just report and they're not, Barbara just gets them, does the calculation, number of students times the percentage of the school, percentage, does it hit the threshold or not, done. I've seen it reported, and the 2 or 3 times that I've been, you know, she's brought this calculation sheet in and then done the work and said, yes, it is above 80. Those are the numbers. GMS has always been, you know, 98, 99. LMS has been, I would say, between 85 and 90 every time, and the high school has been between 81 and 85.
So there's no numbers available?
Not that I know of. I can ask Barbara, but I don't think she's held on to them.
All right, maybe you could. And then,
Well, but she may.
yeah.
Because she may have to record it as actual attendance, in which case she would have the exact numbers.
I think it'll also give an opportunity for Mary to weigh in on it. Maybe we can discuss that next week.
And the community, if the community's watching.
Yeah.
I know lots of them have strong feelings on both sides of the issue, certainly.
Absolutely.
They've never been.
Maybe they'll show up next week and voice their plus and minus on it.
Maybe they will. They're more than welcome to. All right. Bring us to the manifest.
Such a big manifest.
Huge. Huge. Any questions on the manifest? Bring us to public input. No public input? I'll bring us to non-public then.
Just the dismissal, promotion, or compensation of any public employee, or the disciplining of such employee, or the investigation of charges against him unless the employee affected, one, has a right to a meeting, two, request that the meeting be open, in which case a request shall be granted.
I won't need you for the second page.
B, bring of any person, the public employee. C, matters which, if discussed in public, would likely affect adversely the reputation of the person other than a member of the body or agency itself, unless such a person requests an open meeting.
Thanks, sir.
So many.
Thanks, Matt.
Second.